Stop listening to atheist YouTubers.
Hey, man! This makes sense!
Of course it does. Whoa, I'm big today. Bigly. I figured out why I don't have very many subscribers. At first I thought it's because I put out crappy content. I thought, no, that can't be it. I'm doing something wrong. I've been doing something wrong this whole time. And thanks to Vice Rhino, he taught me what I'm doing wrong. Let's see here. Okay, watch. Watch me as I'm talking right now. I'm talking to you. I have some facial expressions. I have some hand movements. But Vice Rhino, he's got it perfect.
Certainly there are some who do. But for my part, I basically start all of my discussions about the truth or accuracy or reliability of Christianity with the granted assumption that Jesus existed, gathered a following, and was executed by crucifixion. And the reason I do this is because even if we give the benefit of the doubt to every single extra-biblical account and assume that it...
Like, I'm not moving my head enough. I need to, like, bounce around. I need to stand up. I'm too chill. I'm too laid back. I think this is the problem. Yeah. I think he has that weather girl, weather announcer type persona. It's amazing.
It is actually reporting on those events directly rather than reporting on what Christians believed about those events. That's all we get. And I'm sorry, but granting Jesus was a real guy who was crucified is a long way away.
Yeah, that's it. I got to do that more. Okay, it's Theist Thursday. I did some fishing. I went to another channel and asked two Christians to come on. They said they couldn't do it today. Maybe the woman could. We'll see. I'll be nice, cordial, civil. And we'll find out if they can do it. There's a channel like of 1.5k subs. The Crucible's live. Maybe we can get Andrew on. Oh yeah, we could try that too. And I noticed someone just said that the Apologia Center is live right now, but they're watching football, soccer. So I don't know if I appreciate that of Christians who prefer to watch sports rather than talk about God. Good for them. But I'll play a little bit of while we wait for people to come on. I'll play a little bit of the people that I'm talking about here. Again, my theory is Andrew from the Crucible is not really a Christian. It'd not surprise me if he's a closeted atheist. Is your camera contrast set high? It looks like you're falling into a black hole. Oh, you mean because of my black shirt? I don't know. I do feel like the camera's closer today. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, this is called RyanPauly. Seems like a really nice guy. And he was talking to seems like a very nice young lady named Ruth. They were talking about Dawkins and New Atheism and how Dawkins has terrible arguments. I disagree. I think the reason why a lot of people attribute their leaving of faith due to Dawkins, because Dawkins hit a strong nerve. He resonated with people on some very fundamental issues like morality. So many Christians consider themselves loving and compassionate and caring for people, and then you have the God they worship and serve killing, drowning people, ordering the deaths of people. And sure, you can say that was a different time, a different place, a different covenant, but it's still God doing it, and God's unchanging. Which is weird, right? God's unchanging, but yet his covenant changed. But that's how he interacts with the changing people, right?
In churches who are scientists, and they would probably think that the two are compatible. But there is certainly I think, a nervousness around some Christians in the UK church who are, oh no, I couldn't possibly believe in evolution, or I couldn't believe in, certain scientific theories because it's the Bible, the Bible, the Bible. And so, obviously it depends on your interpretation and things like that. But that's definitely sort of seeped into the church as well. And then what, I've forgotten the third thing. What was the third thing? Oh, that, like, religion being bad.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I guess probably Christians are not as kind of down with that.
One.
But in many ways, actually, I think in some ways, actually, we probably need to just own that. And I think...
his beard annoys you? No, I think he has a great beard. He has big, full lips, nice trimmed beard. Maybe his beard's too good. Maybe that's why you don't like it.
Obviously, the kind of new atheist... perspective that religion ruins everything. I think, was it Christopher Hitchens who said that religion poisons everything? I think that's clearly not true. And actually, if you look at, some of the stuff that was done in the name of atheism, they've also got to own that. But I think it's really important that actually we do own the damage that Christianity has done to people, to certain groups of people. I think it's really important that we own that and that we apologize and we say that actually that is not Jesus, that's us messing up in the name of Jesus, and that's not the same thing. So, I'm sure you're also going through this, the whole kind of LGBT.
Yeah, and you can say that about atheism, Stalin, Pol Pot. That's not atheism, that's guys messing up, not even in the name of atheism, in the name of some political ideology.
Rights and
you're right, Bill, that's a Calvary Chapel beard.
Things like that. I think it's really important that as Christians we apologize to the way that we've treated the homosexual community in the past and own that and love them through everything that they're going through now. And so I think the whole kind of religion causing pain is probably we're probably ignoring that to a certain extent, and I think it's time to own it.
You got to apologize more than just to the gays. I mean, you got to apologize to women, to witches, who else? To adulterers that were stoned, to people who like Red Lobster and who were stoned in the Old Testament. Was Red Lobster around in the Old Testament times?
Yeah, and to apologize and to move forward and to show that actually we are communities of grace and love and healing and of course holiness, but within the context of love.
Yeah, and it's amazing. I just I'm actually probably going to be talking about it here on the show at the end of November, but I just finished my year 1 doctoral research on a theology of the body and transgenderism. And so part of that research, I read a ton of testimonies and stories from transgender individuals, and a lot of them telling their story of being in churches and some of the things that individuals in churches said to them. And then I also kind of got into this research because when I was first asked to speak on gender and I would tell Christians what I was researching, I got some pretty negative, shallow, harsh comments back of like, oh, why study that? And this kind of flippant comments. And it's like, wow, we need to do better. And I recognize, obviously, with all stories, that this isn't true of everybody. And then there are stories where churches really did come alongside in a beautiful, wonderful way and welcomed and loved people through whatever it is that they have. But it's just, there definitely needs to be kind of improvement in how we address these issues from God.
Yeah, see, I think I would like talking to these two. I think these two people would make great guests. So Ruth, if you're listening right now, is this still going on live?
These stories to talk about youth culture and apologetics with me. I just so appreciate it and love this opportunity.
They'd probably be way nicer and treat me better than a lot of atheists.
To have this conversation with you.
Well, and like I said, you need to come on my show now, Ryan.
Let's do it.
Oh, she has a show? What's her show? Yeah, she looks familiar. I think she's been on Justin Brierley's show, right? Ruth is a volunteer youth worker, preacher, and worship leader, preacher of women at her local church in Feltham, where she lives with her musician husband, Will. Yeah, the nice kind. Okay, let's ask, what's his name? Artur? If he's taking calls. Are you taking calls? Because if the theists don't come to me, I got to go to them. Oh, I should tag him. Rookie mistake. She took over for Justin. Oh, really? Well, she's better looking than Justin. No offense, Justin. But if you want to sell views, you don't look like this. You look like her. You don't look like these guys either. We all got that 10 to 20 pounds extra around the waist, right? Especially if you're over 40. Let's see if he's going to respond.
Oh, with the slip. Who was that? Kwanzaa?
That was yeah.
And Toulouse here, enjoying some
Possession.
I'm just curious. I don't know if this will work, but imagine they're talking about watching a video of the disciples in the New Testament.
Clear. And Diaz chases, but goes too far. Yeah.
That clearance was meant to be a pass sort of clearance.
Yeah. It was sent to space.
The disciples playing soccer.
Huh. Now, if that was Darwin Nunez, he would have gotten to it.
I don't think so. I don't think so. I think you overestimate his speed. Oh,
good.
Yeah, they don't even notice the live stream chat, so they're interested in
I overestimate everything about the man.
He's fun. He's fun to watch.
Who else do we have here? Yeah, that's. Oh, someone said Crucible. Maybe we can get Andrew on. Andrew the Crucible. I was going to make a video of Andrew swearing like crazy, and then I heard him. There's a super chat where the super chat said, "Here's $10, all the glory to our Lord and Savior," something like that. And so he was just swearing, and then he read the super chat, and it just sounded so funny side by side. Yes, you can swear as a Christian, but
they didn't just come in and go, "Oh, well, we're going to take over the land and we're going to, unalive these people." No, they insidiously came in, unalived enough of them so that they could put their own lands in it. They could put their people on their land.
Yeah, they're talking about the Hamas, Palestinian, Israel thing. He probably doesn't want to talk about. Yeah, I understand. He does not want to talk about God, and he finds that boring. I mean, the why you believe in God, why God's real. He just finds that boring. And to be honest, I kind of do too. But Theist Thursday, I'm willing to talk. Too bad you're not a theist. What's her name? Spatchcock. We could have fun. Or you guys can ask me questions, live stream chat. I honestly do think apologetics is dying. Even in Christian circles, it's dying. I mean, anti-apologetics is dying, and apologetics is dying. He's not allowed to do apologetics, but he's allowed to talk about which has the better foundation, apparently. I wonder if you ask him if he would discuss the Dillahunty debate. You got to remember, what he does is he has an interesting strategy on YouTube. I don't think he keeps any of his videos on YouTube. He goes live on YouTube, and then everything goes to Rumble because he doesn't trust YouTube to keep things. And he has like sort of a goal for each live stream. And if I was just to come in now, say, hey, let's completely change what you want to do today. And this, I mean, this is amazing to me. See this bar up here? He has a goal of $2,000 during this live stream. $2,000. And he's already at $13.92. How long has he been going? An hour and a half. You guys would never do that. You'd never give me $1,392. You guys are cheap. Well, Doug, you don't need the money. Well, if you're good at something, never do it for free. That's what the Joker said. Yes, I'm beating a dead horse. Is Spatchcock a theist? Are you still here, Spatchcock? Maybe you are a theist. I never knew it. I thought you were an atheist. What guests do you wish would call in? Muslims, Trumpers, Flat Earthers, Wokesters? Doesn't matter. Just as long as you're not a pantheist. Try us. Put up the donation meter. Okay. What should be the goal? It has to be funny. The goal should either be some really huge number or some really small number. Sorry. Whoa. What the shit? Oh, sorry, Ruth. I know you're Christian. You're thinking about coming on, and now I've just ruined everything. I got hotkeys. I triggered one. Oh, yes. $6.66 would be a good goal. But I got to make like one of those fancy bars that he has. Right? And he has red. Let's go background. Oh, is that burgundy? That's like burgundy. Or I could do it this way. Easier way. Oh, Captain Kirk is on his way with $1. Don't give me money yet. Let me set it up. But thank you for the buck. Got a buck? You're in luck. Ba-da-da-da-da. Is that McDonald's? Got a buck? You're in luck? Or is that a different? I think that's McDonald's, right? By the way, the link's on the top. Theists call in. Oh yeah, I told my wife that I was once paid. I think you guys paid me $176 to say the F word. And during our family dinner at Outback one night, I told them that story. My family, my wife was not pleased. Not pleased. I had to ask for forgiveness. Oh, Mr. Deity, you want to come in? I know you're not a theist, but I'll make an exception. Donation goal, $6.66. Oh. Yeah, I know it's Thursday, but you've got to have the donation goals like $1,500 to get Delahunty on the channel. You think that would get him on? No. Do I think the multiverse is possible? Anything's possible in the magical kingdom. Contracting and expanding universe. Yes, that's possible too. Who do we got here? Milith? Hi, Milith. Isn't that 2.5 Men? Charlie Sheen's brother's character's wife's name? Milith? Hi, Milith.
Definitely not.
Oh, okay. Well, welcome. Milith. I've never heard that. I don't think I've heard that name before.
Yeah, sure. It's just my online name or whatever.
Your online name. Okay. Did you want to ask me something? Or do you want me to ask you something? Do you want to get
Sure.
deep?
So,
Stay shallow?
do you want me to give you an argument for God's existence?
Actually, your voice sounds familiar to me now. We've talked before, haven't we?
I have no idea.
You don't... You would have an idea if you've talked to me before. Am I that forgettable?
No, I just have a horrible memory about that type of stuff.
Oh, okay. You're low IQ. Okay, go ahead. What is your argument for God?
So, the argument for God comes from Anderson, and it's an argument for the ontology of...
Don't be nervous. I can hear in your voice.
Sorry?
I can hear in your voice you're a little nervous. Just take a deep breath, relax. I'm not
No, sorry. I actually have back pains right now. So I'm just like on some medication, and I'm just kind of like lying in bed with back pains.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
That's all right. So let me start again. So it's an argument from I think it's Wes Anderson. That might not be his name. Anderson is his last name. And it's from the ontology of propositions.
Mm-hmm.
So do you have a thought about the ontology of propositions, just to like, I guess, get our cards on the table type of thing?
No, I have no thoughts on it. So the floor is yours.
Okay, so presumably there are like a couple of different positions people can have on the ontology of propositions, right? So like someone could be a nominalist, someone could be a constructionalist, right? Someone could be like a Platonist.
Okay, I know where you're going now, and I got to ask this up front, and I want you to be honest with me, okay? First of all, you are a theist, right?
No.
You're an atheist.
Yes.
Calling
But
in
this
on...
is a great argument.
And how confident are you you're not going to bore me and my live stream viewers to death with it?
Well, it depends. Like, how much are you guys interested in philosophy? Right? Like, how much are you interested in debating things like the ontology of propositions?
Okay, so imagine if a scale between 0 and 1,000, my interest in this is probably at 1.
Okay, interesting. So what are you interested in?
I like long walks on the beach. I think children are our future.
Right. I mean, with regards to like this type of conversation, like what would you want to talk to a theist about?
Why they believe in God. But you're an atheist, you said.
Yeah, but what if the theist says, like, I believe in God because I'm convinced by this argument from Anderson?
I would say, okay, very good. So pretend you're that person. Pretend you're a theist. I would ask...
I am.
You are a theist?
I'm pretending I'm a theist.
Okay, gotcha. I would say, well, how long have you been a theist? How many years? And you would say?
Well, I've always kind of, been like raised in a culture of theists. I never really thought about it too much.
Very good. So you've been raised in it. You've always can't remember a time when you weren't a theist. Then I would ask questions like, when did you first hear about this argument? And you would say?
Maybe a year and a half ago.
Year and a half ago. Okay. then I would ask, what happened 1 year, 7 months ago that led you to look into this argument? And then you would say you got caught masturbating in your dorm room.
Well, I don't know about that, but I would say something
that's usually how it works.
No, I don't think so.
A nice Christian boy gets caught masturbating in his dorm room from another Christian, and then he looks into the argument from the ontology of propositions because he feels guilt.
No, like there's some truth to the fact that like smart people who have like bad sort of presuppositional or just like socially ingrained beliefs are good at like post hoc rationalizing their beliefs, right? So like instead of like revising the belief, smart people will often just come up with really good rationalizations,
like the ontology of propositions, right?
Well, but I think the ontology of propositions isn't like a sort of post hoc rationalization, right? Like I think the ontology of propositions is a debated philosophical topic. But
you really think that? You don't think it's a post hoc rationalization? I do.
Well, I think for some it could be, but for others it might not be.
How many Muslims, how many Jews, how many Christians have you heard personally say, I came to faith in Judaism, I came a Muslim, I came a Christian, I love Jesus because of the ontology of propositions? Like, that doesn't happen.
Right, that's fine, but that's just like the genetic fallacy, right? Like you're just saying because they come to these beliefs in bad ways, the beliefs are faulty. But that's like just doesn't.
I'm not saying that.
Okay, what are you saying then?
I'm saying that people don't become theists usually, typically, at least I've never met one, because of the ontology of propositions, or because I can maybe understand the cosmological argument and you become some type of deist. But when we're talking about specific theism, people don't become a type of religious person because of philosophical arguments. I will make an exception that it can happen, but for the most part, it doesn't happen. They typically become Christians because they were raised in it, or Muslims because they're raised in it, or later in life, something happens to them and they become desperate. They feel guilty, a death, a bankruptcy, a divorce, whatever, addiction, whatever it is. They need some hope, meaning, and purpose, and they need community, and then this religion provides it for them. It's the truth, and the truth hurts.
No, I agree with all of that. I just don't think that's the interesting conversation, right? So like,
well, I agree. It might not be interesting, but
I come to these beliefs.
I guarantee you, philosophy is not interesting
because of bad reasons, right? But that's not like doesn't say anything about the veracity of the beliefs, right? So like, I think the interesting conversation is at the level of like if the beliefs are true, not like they came to them in bad ways or whatever, right?
Right. There's the epistemology, and then there's, well, in order to have the correct epistemology is how you come to know what is true, right?
Yep.
Yeah. And in order to know, to have a justified true belief, it has to be true first, right? Can you have a justified true belief on a false belief? No, there's a philosophical question for you.
Well, so I just like, have you ever heard of Gettier cases?
Yeah.
Right. So like justified true belief isn't like a non-fallible way to
right. You could
right?
You could have a justified true belief that's arrived at in a faulty manner. I understand.
No, you can have a justified true belief, right? That's arrived at in a faulty manner. That's probably a good way of putting it. Okay, yeah. So that's just
I know some
cases,
philosophy.
Right? So like, there's some philosophy, exactly.
Yeah.
So like,
and I've never read a book.
Well, that was a good job then. So, but like that's the so like if you're saying something like, well, truth is our knowledge is like justified true belief, right? And like we can't have I forget exactly how you put it, but you were saying something like we can't have can you just rephrase exactly what you were saying? So like I get that you were like saying like there's something about justified true belief that's relevant to the discussion about whether or not
I was just saying that, yeah, it matters if it's true,
religious
true or
beliefs are
not. And
vertical.
what I'm most curious in is, number one, how people came to arrive at their beliefs, and then if they actually think their beliefs are true. I've talked to some theists who don't care if their belief is true or not.
Okay, so I just want to get nailed down what we mean when we say true, right? So do you have an account of what so
You seriously want to talk about this?
yes.
Well,
this
I
might be
don't.
technical.
I don't.
Okay.
How many credit
Okay.
hours of philosophy do you have?
What does that mean?
How many credit hours of philosophy do you have? I'm assuming you've taken
Oh,
philosophy in
from university?
undergraduate.
I don't know. Probably I live in Canada, so the way it works is a little
I'm
different
sorry.
from
Where in
outstate.
Canada?
In Toronto.
Okay, I'm from Manitoba originally.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. I got 3 credit
Yeah,
hours. Can you beat that?
Yes.
There you go. Okay, so you have more than 3 credit hours. I got 3 credit hours. These are just things that nerds talk about, and people who want to justify that they believe a man rose from the dead. Other than that, most people don't care.
Oh, I would tend to disagree with that. So, I think people use words like truth, right, in ways that they don't really understand the way that they're using it. So they just kind of use this in a nebulous way that doesn't actually map to how I understand truth, right? So I take truth to be a property of propositions, right? Truth isn't.
This is how normal people talk. Normal people say truth is something that is in alignment with reality. It's right. You don't need any philosophical jargon.
Right, but what are you saying is true? If I say there's an apple on the table, right? Are you saying the apple is true? Or are you saying the proposition, there's an apple on the table is true?
That there's an apple on the table, that's true.
Right, the proposition, right?
I'm trying to find some music to play while you talk.
If you don't want to talk to me, man, I'll just leave. It's fine. I have a job.
Oh, thank you for offering. Have a good day, sir. I hope your back's feeling better.
Yeah, peace.
I didn't want to have to boot you because I'm just too nice.
No, cool.
Yeah, I'm too compassionate. Some people even call me woke.
All right, man. Have a good one.
See ya. Oh, Heidi, I haven't seen you for a while. You're back. I wish Heidi would call in, but the Holy Spirit hasn't prompted her yet. Or has he, Heidi? Heidi, do you want to come on? I'm desperate. I'll even talk to you. See, Heidi, I think something's wrong with Heidi because I think she can hear me, but she doesn't respond to my questions ever. I think if I remember who this is correctly, I can say things to her and she'll just do these sayings and scriptures and stuff. Heidi, let me know if you're not a robot, okay? Oh, okay. You've been ignored. She might not be. Heidi, if you can hear this and you're not a robot, type 3 now, the number 3. No, that a robot could actually answer that. What are you passionate about, Heidi? No, you're going to say God. Oh, okay. I'm now convinced you're not a robot. You're continually to pray. Heidi, have you prayed to ask God if you are allowed to come talk to me yet? Would you like to come on? You can type yes or you can type no. Would you like to come on and talk to me? Yes or no? I might regret this. Yeah, see, she typed 3. Yes, we're not dealing with a robot. It's not Christian Chat GPT. Yeah, passionate about God. You're a little bit behind, Heidi. I should predict everything about Heidi's life and see how close I can get. Actually, I gotta here. I want to play something here. Did Heidi answer? Yes, you do intrigue me sometimes. Heidi, do you want to come on? Robots can't type 3. Yeah, not with fingers anyhow. Yes, but private. Well, that means no. And I don't talk to women privately. I'm like that, what do you call it? Oh, who said that? Mike Pence, right? I don't talk to women in private. Because I'm scared I'll get cooties. I was taught by my parents that when you're married and you talk to women in private, you get cooties. Are you married, Heidi? Maybe your husband can join and then it'll make it fine. It'll be just you, me, and your husband. A theological threesome. Because the fact that we exist. Okay, I gotta let the dog in. It'll take me 30 seconds, so I'm gonna play this. It was so nice for Mike Tyson to listen to one of my shows. Be right back. In this type of world is evidence, given those properties of God, is evidence that this God does not exist.
All right, now here's one problem with your assumption.
Okay.
You have it in mind that what you see and observe and feel today is the consummation of all. The Bible reveals that time comes out of the future, arrives at the present, and moves into the past. And in our common vocabulary, we often say, Christmas is coming.
Because
Christmas
the fact that we exist. I got to make t-shirts because I come up with these great sayings. Theological threesome. And the other one was comeback corpse. Jesus as a comeback corpse. Like, this is gold. Like, got to trademark this, put on t-shirts. My ex-husband is dying from Parkinson's and he's not a Christian. That means he's going to hell, Heidi. And he's technically still your husband. What God has brought together, let no man make asunder, separate. You know that, right? I know you're not a troll, Heidi. I know that. You're the real deal. And I know you appreciate me because I speak the truth. He's your ex-husband in the world's eyes, but you are still married to him in God's eyes. So I'm sorry that your true husband is dying and going to hell. But it's God's sovereign. Everything's he's in control. It is what it is. If God really wants your husband to go to heaven, yep, exactly. See, Heidi gets me. I get Heidi. If Heidi and I were to talk in private, we'd probably have nothing to say because I understand. And then I'd say something and Heidi would say, I understand. And we just disagreed. I was created as a vessel for destruction and she was created as a vessel for glory. And that's just that. What can you say after that? Heidi, yeah, you can call in, and I can tell all the viewers just not to listen and watch. And you don't have to show your face. We can just hear your voice. But let me predict your life. I already know you're female and you're divorced in the world's eyes. Guess is your early 60s? Maybe mid 50s? No, I'm going to go higher. My guess is you're in your 60s. My guess is you've had a rough life. Even, divorce aside. I'm going to guess, am I going to go with health or am I going to go with debauchery and chicanery? Your name's Heidi, so Heidi is more indicative of a woman who's gone through a little chicanery and debauchery in her life. So I'm going to say that's what happened to you. You led a life that was full of guilt and sin. And all of us, you're 45. Okay, I should have gone down, stood up. Sorry, my apologies. My guess is, I'm not going to say you were a pole dancer, but you did things you were not proud of. Boy, if you were a pole dancer, I'm in the wrong business. I should become a prophet. And but you cleaned up your act when you found Jesus, or when Jesus found you, I should say. And you've been a committed Christian, but part of your debauchery and chicanery, it led you to just be a bad chooser of men, probably because you didn't have a good father in the home growing up, and because you made a bad choice in men, you got divorced, of course. How am I doing, Heidi? Am I close at all? And you think that Jesus literally saved your life of shame and debauchery and chicanery. Her name's Heidi, not Cinnamon. How close am I, Heidi? Okay, on a scale of 0 to 10, 10 being I'm bang on, 0 being I'm way off. Where am I on that scale between 0 and 10? Type a number. Oh, I was right about the fathers. You got to give me more than 0. Between 0 and 10, how close am I in describing your life in that brief synopsis? Yeah, I admit pole dancing was going too far. But wouldn't it be funny if it was true? Yeah, chicanery is a great word. Between 0 and 10, Heidi. I guess Paul's life, 10 out of 10. I need you to type a number, Heidi, between 0 and 5. 5. I am just as good as all those TV evangelists out there who gets it like half right. 5 out of 10. Now, Heidi, you need to come on and tell me what I got right and what I got wrong. I definitely got you're a bad chooser of men. You make poor choices when it comes to men and love. That I'm sure I got right. I got the age wrong. So you should give me at least a 9 then. We're getting one thing wrong. Any other Christian can call in, or Muslim or Jew. Any Hamas people out there? Hamas? Calling Hamas? You can call in. Heidi Romson, Jerome's mom. Oh, wouldn't that be funny? And Mr. Deity, when your drugs kick in, you can call in. So far, if you call in on drugs, then I'll be 2 for 2 people calling in on drugs. Heidi, why do you feel the need to tell us that how blessed you are by God? Do you think God smiles on you more then? We get it, Heidi. God's been good to you. We get it. You don't have to say it over and over again. Did my whole worldview change when I deconverted? No. See, part of my worldview when I was a Christian was that when you throw balls up into the air, they fall back down. That stayed the same. Name the good things in my life accurately. Oh, I can do that, Heidi. I can do that. The good things in your life is you have hope. You have purpose. You have meaning given by God. You are a child of the King, Heidi. You have a beautiful daughter who loves you, and you love her. Like, on a scale of 0 to 10, how am I doing now? Like, that has to be 10, right? Maybe your daughter doesn't love you, and that would be a shame, but unless you're a terrible mother, but I don't think you are. But I don't know you. You're a stranger to me. Really? If you type Hamas in the comments, it doesn't show up. Let's see if I can do it. Yeah, I can do it. You're generalizing. You want more specifics. Now, usually people who cold read get paid. People love to hear other people guess about themselves. Yeah, see, Heidi says I'm a 10 out of 10. You saw it, folks. But you know, Heidi looks at not everything. Oh, you don't see the comment, but you saw me type it, right? Interesting. Hamas is taken out. Yeah, you have to say hummus. But Heidi, how more specific can you go? I told you the great things in your life that really matter. All the other specific things don't matter that much. Ask God to show you the good and bad about me. You know what, Heidi? I love this idea. Because this is a good test to see whether God's real. No, I take that back. It isn't, because I can intuit the good and bad about you based on some of your typing. I think I already did this, Heidi. Heidi, you got to be careful because you are susceptible to go into those astrologers, the zodiac signs and all that. Am I right? When you were younger, Heidi, did you like astrology and the zodiac signs? Did you read horoscopes? I'm going to predict you did. Am I right, Heidi? Answer yes or no. It's not a huge prediction. I'm at least 50% to get that right. No, I'm going to say I'm 60% to get that right. Doug, have you ever deconverted anybody in your real life? Yes. Well, nobody's solely responsible. You got to give the devil credit, right? I was right. A little bit of astrology, but they're often wrong. Yeah. Oh, did you? There was a Pew poll that came out that was interesting on dreams and visions of people, dead loved ones. Let's see if I can find it. Did you guys see that? Yeah, here it is. That's too small. 6 in 10 members of the historically black Protestant tradition say they've been visited by a dead relative in a dream. Percentage of U.S. adults who say they have ever felt a family member who is dead have come to visit them. All U.S. adults, 46% say that a dead relative has visited them in a dream. 31% in any other form, like a vision or like they're awake. Net overall is 53%. Now look at 31%. Now we don't know exactly what that means, but it's not a dream. It's another form. Among Protestants, let's see. What's interesting is mainline will have more dreams of dead loved ones and of any other form. So mainline would be like Anglican, Lutheran. The historically black population in the United States are sky high. Catholics are high. Even atheists, 25%, 10%. And you don't even have to be that religious. Medium religiosity is the highest. Blacks more than whites. Hispanics more than whites. And look at the bottom here. Women way more than men. Some people have this theory, and I kind of agree with it, that Christianity was started by probably a real woman in history named Mary Magdalene, who loved Jesus. Jesus died, stayed dead, had a vision of Jesus, or like a vision, like a real sensory experience of Jesus, even though Jesus was still dead. And that's how Christianity started. And it could have happened to Peter too. It just takes one or two people. And then that contagion spread like wildfire. I saw Jesus too in a dream. I saw Jesus too I thought I heard him. I mean, but this whole walking and talking and eating fish together for 40 days, that's just fiction. But this can explain the genesis of Christianity. I thought that was interesting. And these visions and experiences of dead loved ones seems like it occurs more if you're more superstitious, like let's say mainline Catholics and believes in ghosts and goblins and spiritual stuff. Protestants believe that too, but I don't think as much as Catholics. Catholics, I think, are a little more superstitious. And if you're more touchy-feely, you're more likely to have these visions. If you're more desperate, you're more likely to have these visions. So basically what I'm saying is I'm explaining why Heidi is the way she is. Heidi is a female who's probably was desperate at one point of her life and thinks that Jesus either visited her or saved her. And now she can't help but talk about how good God has been to her. How am I doing, Heidi? I just gave a very naturalistic explanation of your life. How that everything that you love and believe and is dear to you could be false and yet still real in that experience. Does your Mennonite heritage end with me? No. I got some male cousins, double first cousins. I know what you mean by that. Heidi, if I'm causing you any angst, my sincere advice is just click off. I don't mean to cause you angst. But I can tell that something is not quite right with you because you feel you have this deep desire to keep saying things like this. God is real. Which tells me you're either saying it because you doubt that God is real and you need to convince yourself by saying it over and over again, or that you feel insecure and you feel like God needs to smile upon you and say, well done, good and faithful servant, by going into a room where people don't believe God is real. And so by saying God is real, God smiles upon you. And so you feel that need to be smiled upon. Either way, it is a type of insecurity in you that's causing you to do this. Know yourself. Know thyself, Heidi, and you shall be set free. Oh, is this going to be Heidi? No, it's Moses. Leader of the Israelites, welcome.
Hello.
Hi. I know you're soft-spoken and you don't like to talk much because you're Moses, but is your brother Aaron there?
You said what? I couldn't hear you for a second there.
Oh, I was just saying, I know you, Moses, you're soft-spoken and you don't like public speaking, but is your brother Aaron there to help you or no?
Ah, I see.
Yeah.
How you feeling? How you doing today, sir?
I'm better now that Moses is here.
Right.
I mean,
so are you the theist, or were you inviting theists?
I'm inviting theists.
So you're an atheist yourself?
Yeah. I'm hoping you're a theist
Why
with the name
so?
Moses. Are you?
Why are you an atheist? So you're. I guess I want to understand the view. I'm never one to say I know what you believe. I always ask people, so what do atheists believe?
Well,
that there's no God.
Can we have a little bit of whining and dining and dancing before we go into the bedroom? I like a little foreplay. So, are you a theist?
Yeah, I believe. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, what type of theist are you?
I'm a Christian.
You're a Christian. Okay, and what type of Christian are you? Catholic or Protestant or Orthodox?
I'm a Christian. I just read what the Bible says and I believe what the Bible says.
Okay. Do you go to church?
I mean, I am the church, but as far as fellowship,
a local community
I don't have
of believers.
No.
You don't?
I mean, no.
Why thus you sinning? Doesn't God command you to be in fellowship with other believers?
Well, if there's no other believers that believe what the Bible says in your area.
Oh, I'm sorry. You must feel very lonely.
No, not really.
Are you like a hermit? You live out off the grid somewhere?
No, I'm not off the grid at all, actually.
Okay.
It's just as far as fellowship and stuff like that, there are a lot of cult churches, church buildings, I'll say that, that manipulate people. And it's a lot of that. And, you know, an honest person can say that, but someone that's dishonest makes it seem like there's none of that. No, there's lots of that. But
what's your
it's
favorite
a matter of finding the right people. Huh?
I got you. What's your favorite translation of the Bible?
I like the King James.
You know, I guessed that in my head before you even answered. You know how I guessed that?
Why?
Because of your love and adherence for the Bible, because of your, and I'm not lying to you. In my head, I said this guy is going to say King James, because of your judgment against other Christians. You were very quick to judge other Christians as not really teaching from the real Bible or from the Bible. And in my experience, the King James version type Christian is very much like that.
No, not judging them. I don't know these people, but all I was saying was there is a lot of that. Anywhere you go, even in non-theist platforms, there are people that are dishonest, that manipulate words and things like that. So it's a matter of finding the people that preach what the Bible preaches and not just opinions, you know?
Yeah, I understand. Okay, but let's make a deal.
Sure.
I'm not going to try to, and I know you think this is impossible anyhow, so you're going to probably agree with this. I'm not going to try to dissuade you from Christianity at all. In fact, I want you to stay a Christian. I'm not the type of atheist who says, hey, you have to leave Christianity, and I'm going to ask you to not even care if I'm a Christian or not. Let's keep this purely academic. Can you do that?
Sure.
Excellent. So in other words, just pretend I'm going to hell and there's nothing that can change that.
Well, there's something that can change that.
I know. I said pretend, but
yeah, I got you. I don't know. I guess I was just kind of confused. Like, why do you feel like that's like a humorous thing, going to hell? Like, do you not care?
Oh, yeah. See, this is the reason why I even said what I just said, because I think in order to have a purely academic conversation about God and whether God's real, whether Christianity is true, you almost have to come from the point of you don't care to find out if it's actually true or not. In other words, I'm asking you not to care about Jesus for the next 10 minutes or so. And I'm not going to hate Jesus or hate Christianity or hate God for the next 10 minutes or so. And I'm asking you not to love Jesus, not to love God, not to love Christianity for the next 10 minutes or so. Let's just become robots. Can we do that?
Well, I can appeal to your thinking, but I'm not going to appeal to not loving Jesus. I can't do that. Not for you, not for anybody.
I realize it's tough.
But if you want to talk science, we can talk science.
No, you came on and I don't want to skirt what you asked me when you first came on, and then I said let's have some foreplay, and then I think the foreplay is over and we can now enter the bedroom, the theological bedroom. You asked me why am I an atheist, or what is an atheist? What was your first question?
Yeah, if you can best define it for me.
Yeah, an atheism is basically denying the proposition that God exists. So God exists, I say that's false. And I'm
definitely or indefinitely.
I would say I know God does not exist.
How do you know?
How do I know? The same way I always give this example. See this, I don't know if you can see me, but see this popsicle stick? I'm gonna answer your question. I'm gonna answer it using this popsicle stick. And a question. If it's true that the ground is that way down, I'm going to ask you this, Moses. Do you know that when I let go, it's going to fall to the ground? And I'm not tricking you or anything. I'm not upside down. The earth is, the ground is at my feet that way. And I'm going to let go of this. And I'm on planet Earth. I'm going to ask you, do you know it's going to fall to the ground?
Usually.
That's not answering my question. You either know it or you don't, right?
I don't know.
You don't know.
Yeah, I don't know if you're a magician or if you're gonna make it float or something. I don't know everything.
Imagine you're holding.
I'm okay with not knowing everything.
Imagine you're holding the popsicle stick, and you drop it. Do you know it's going to fall to the ground?
I could be pretty sure of something, but I never know everything for sure.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure about a lot of things.
So you don't know that God exists then?
No, I do know he exists.
What? You just contradicted yourself.
Yeah. It's not a contradiction.
Okay.
I do know.
Do you know that God exists?
Yeah.
Okay.
You want to know why?
Hang on. So if a person can say that they know God does exist, can a person say that God knows that God doesn't exist?
You have to experience that for yourself. The only reason I know is because I died.
You died?
Yeah.
And you came back to life?
Yep.
And you saw Jesus or God?
I just saw, well, I'm not a Trinitarian, so this is going to offend some people, but I just saw Jesus.
What did he look like?
I don't know. It's hard to describe. Like, I didn't see facial features, but I just saw a throne, and this is just an image. It's not at all what heaven looked like. But I believe it was just a little vision, because I have no idea what heaven is going to look like. But I did just see it like a throne, and it was just a huge figure sitting on the throne. And I couldn't really make out. It was a bright light coming from the throne, and it felt like it was like a hot second, but a long time at the same time. But I tried to kill myself.
How long were you dead?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No. I OD'd. I went off base. I'm military.
Where did you die?
Goodfellow Air Force Base.
But like in your room by yourself or what?
In my room by myself.
Okay, Moses, if you were in your room by yourself, how do you know you were dead?
My friend, I tried to kill myself.
Okay, can you answer my question? How do you know if you were dead if you were alone in your room by yourself?
All right. If you take you would agree that there are certain things that you take, in that if you take a large quantity of those things, then you're not gonna wake up. You would agree, correct? Even from an atheist view.
It depends,
right?
What you're taking and how much and how big you are and all those factors.
Okay, I'm a $157.
Okay, so you're a small guy.
And I took a lot of something.
A lot of
what? I've already got my DD 214 and everything else. But yeah, that's how I experienced God.
Okay.
A lot of people experience it, through shucking and jiving in church and things like that. And I can agree that a lot of that is tomfoolery. But the way I experience God is because
I don't even want to actually press you on whether or not you saw God or not, because I think there's something more fundamental here. Well, something easier to talk about, and that is lowering your confidence that you were dead to begin with. Would you at least agree that there's no way for anybody else on this planet other than you and God to verify that you were dead? Would you agree to that?
Sure.
Okay, so now we have you claiming you were dead, and there's nobody on the planet who can vouch for you.
Sure.
Like, did you get a urine test after you came back to life to see how much drugs were in your system?
No.
Okay, could it be? Here's an explanation. Let's assume that everything you said is false. And let's say, let's pretend I'm a Christian and
You're asking me to assume that everything that I am telling you is false?
About your death, about the death.
Sure.
Okay, so imagine I'm a Christian imagine I'm an angel. And God told me directly to tell you, okay, this is just a pretend, right? This is not real, I'm pretending. But God told me to tell you, Moses, thus saith the Lord, you were never, ever dead. All those drugs you took were bad drugs in the sense of they weren't full strength. And so what you thought you OD'd, you didn't. They were bad. The guy took you for a ride. You spent all that money on those drugs, or you got those drugs. They weren't strong. So yeah, you took drugs. Yeah, you lost consciousness. But I, as a representative of God, am telling you right now, you never, ever died. Would you be willing to accept that?
From you?
No, that possibility.
If it was God. But you're not God. You don't believe in God. I mean...
So you're not even willing to...
God, absolutely.
So you're not even willing to entertain that that's possible, what I just said.
No, I said if it was God. I did answer your question. If it was God, I'm not a hypocrite. If it was God, absolutely.
But
that is
other
if
than
there's a
God
God.
telling you, you wouldn't believe any other explanation.
Absolutely. So, I mean, in order for this conversation for you to validate or invalidate my experience, you would have to acknowledge that there's a God, right?
No, I'm going to answer your questions, but I want you to know that it is absolutely useless to talk to you because you literally believe God saved your life, and that you literally believe you saw God, right?
Well, he saved my life before he saved it again, but
right,
I agree.
Yeah, and you've admitted you have been suicidal in the past, so it'd be actually stupid of me to even bring up other explanations, because there's a chance you might be suicidal in the future.
No, he saved me from that as well.
Right, but if I said something that caused you to doubt that God's real, you might be suicidal in the future.
There's nothing that you can say for me to doubt that God is real.
Okay. So why don't you ask me a few questions, and then Heidi wants to come on.
Sure. You want to talk science? You want to talk? What do you want to talk about?
Sure, we can talk science if you want to ask me a question about science.
Okay. I just got a few questions that I asked a few people. Let's see. Where do you want to start?
I usually tell people that I usually warn people if I'm going to trap them. So if you're going to trap me, warn me, okay? And then I'll walk into the trap gleefully.
Speaking of the cosmic sensor, are you familiar with the cosmic sensor?
Is that the cosmic sensor?
Yeah. It's like a hidden force that ensures like materialistic explanations.
No, I'm not familiar with it. I don't think. Not that. No.
Okay. Well, I wouldn't, if you were a theist, I wouldn't ask you Bible questions that you're not familiar with. So it's not fair for me to ask you that topic questions. That would be hypocritical.
What's your next one?
Let's see. Trying to think of a good one that.
Yeah, try to trap me with your biggest, baddest question.
No, it's not a trap, but it is.
I like traps.
I mean,
but it doesn't have to be science. You can ask me anything you want.
Okay. Well, what about this? In light of the potential for a multiverse, can feminism or agnosticism or atheism still claim a definitive truth if an alternate reality inherently undermines the exclusivity of their positions?
Oh, okay. That's a pretty long-winded question, but I know what you're getting at. I'm an atheist who does believe that objective truth exists, but to me, the most important thing about objective truth is trying to figure out what it is. And the way we try to figure out what it is to try to use the most reliable method possible. And so far, in our experience at least, the best way to figure out what is true is to use the scientific method. I'm not saying for everything. And so the scientific method is based on scientific laws, which only applies to our universe. So there might be a universe out there with different laws, different scientific laws. I'm not saying it does exist, but it could. So those methods would be different, and even the laws of logic might be different. They might not even exist in these other universes. Everything could be upside down. I can't imagine it. But
in another universe?
What's that?
Would there be another God in a respective universe, in your view?
Could be, yeah. Another imagined God, yeah.
No, why only imagine?
Because I don't think.
I mean, you did say that there's no law, that in the respective universe there would be laws that would be different, and you acknowledge that. Physics that would be different, and you acknowledge that. But how come, in light of another multiverse, that you said there could be? How come can't be a God?
No, I said there could be. Yep.
All right, so there could be. So,
or there could not
in
be.
those things, those things you would acknowledge are you can't examine or study those things, right?
Correct.
Or touch those things physically, right?
Correct.
So
it's outside our purview. Yep.
It's not right. And so how come you have a definitive answer for could be outside of this respective
Great question.
multiverse?
So you let me rephrase your question for the stupid people in the live stream
Sure.
chat. What Moses is asking is, if God can't be measured in a scientific test tube, how can you definitively say this God doesn't exist? So the way I would do it for Christianity is, I would say that we can look at the attributes of God and ask ourselves, is there a contradiction with his nature to what we see and experience, to things we can put in a test tube today? So for example, would you say God likes sin, wants sin?
No.
No. So God does not like sin. In fact, would you say God hates sin?
Absolutely.
Yeah. God.
He gives you all free will. He gives us all free will, though.
God absolutely hates sin.
Is the contradiction.
So
Yeah, absolutely.
if you have a God who absolutely hates sin, do you think God has desires as far as, needs, that he needs humans?
No, he doesn't need anyone.
Right. And do you think God sees the future?
Absolutely. Well,
Yeah.
he is he's omnipresent.
Right. He
Absolutely.
sees, but when we say future, he sees what's going to happen to us, for example.
I guess he would see it and be there at the same time.
Yep.
Sure.
So given all those things, we now have a problem.
Mm-hmm. Why?
If you had a world of God alone, which is what the case was prior to any creation, right? It was just Yahweh. And are you a Trinitarian?
No, absolutely not.
Okay.
I would say that's
okay.
No.
That's fine. I don't need you to be, but imagine the world of God alone. So imagine that before God even created the angels, anything. Now, let me ask you about that world of God alone. Is it perfect?
Yeah. He is perfect. So, yeah.
Right. Is it all good?
He is good. So, yeah.
Is it all powerful and all loving, all kind?
God, yes, absolutely.
Okay. Now picture the world with God and us in it. Is there sin?
With us, yeah.
Is there evil?
With us, yeah. Humans are very evil.
Okay, so now out of those two worlds, the one of God alone, the one I just described with God and creation, which world is better?
Neither. I mean, God, he created us with free will.
That's not my question.
And he loves us.
That's not an answer to my question. My question is, which world is better? The world with God alone where there's no sin, or a world with God and sin?
Well, any world with God is going to be the same. It's just a matter of how you look at it.
Which world is better, Moses?
Neither.
You're saying there's the same?
People. No, I'm telling you the equation changed when people change.
See, I don't think you're being honest with me right now.
I'm being very honest with you. I mean, you added a new variable to the equation, right?
Watch this. Watch this. I'm going to just change the words slightly, and you're going to answer very quickly. Sure. You have 2 plates in front of you. One plate what's your favorite dessert? What's your favorite dessert?
Let's see.
Cheesecake?
Kind of like a Snickers ice cream bar thing.
Okay, so imagine a Snickers ice cream bar on one plate. The other plate is a Snickers ice cream bar, but it has pigeon poop on it. Which dessert plate is better?
If I had the power to clean
Moses,
one with pigeon poop,
Moses, come on.
Then it would be better. From whose perspective?
Yours, of course, because I'm asking you. You're pushing back on this because you know where it's going. But just be an honest normal human being.
I know.
It's almost a rhetorical question.
Okay.
Which
It's
dessert plate would you choose? The one with just the Snickers bar and ice cream, or the one with the Snickers bar, ice cream, and pigeon poop on it?
Do you want me to answer, or are you gonna? I mean, you're asking very Epicurean-esque questions. Like,
which plate would you choose?
Said that I. Do you want me to answer?
Yes. Which plate would you choose?
From whose perspective does it look better?
Yours. I'm asking you.
Mine's in this reality that you've created. Is there a God or no?
Yes.
And what does the pigeon poo represent? Anything, or is it this?
It represents pigeon poop. It's pigeon poop on your Snickers bar, and I'm asking you, sir, I'm your waiter today. I have two desserts for you. One is a Snickers bar with chocolate ice cream. The other one is a Snickers bar chocolate ice cream smothered in pigeon poop. Which one do you want? Which do you prefer?
Are you comparing sin to humans and inanimate objects to animate objects? Moses, is that what you're trying to get at?
This is why people are leaving Christianity, is because of people like you answering questions like this.
Well, you've made a whole construct in your brain that makes sense.
You ready to come on, Heidi? Thanks for calling, Moses. I cannot talk to you if you're not going to be honest with me, Moses.
Sure. I wouldn't choose the one with pigeon poop because pigeon poop can't. I wouldn't choose the one with pigeon poop. But if you're going to say that means that I would choose the world without God, and that one world with people is better than one world without people, then you're in error.
Why?
Because both worlds have God.
I agree. And both plates had the Snickers bar. But you clearly chose the plate.
I guess to you, the people would be the poo, huh?
Yeah, the people. No, sin. Sin is
sin was added with the new variable.
Yes.
So I guess for you, being as upset as you are,
I'm not upset. I'm upset that it took so long for you to be honest with me. I really don't like dishonest people.
Well, you're the one that's being dishonest. Why would you compare God, sin? And
I also don't like insecure people. And so now I'm sensing you're being insecure. Like, why would you compare God to a Snickers bar? Like, what's wrong with you? It's an analogy. It's a thought experiment in order to help us come to the truth. I
wouldn't willingly choose a plate with poo on it. But if that is your reasoning to say, see.
Okay. You wouldn't willingly choose a plate.
That's your reasoning to say, see, there. Okay, so is.
Okay, I had to mute you because I've lost respect for you. But if you say you would choose the plate with the Snickers bar and not the pigeon poop, it's because your nature is such that you do not like pigeon poop. God's nature is such that he does not like sin. So now I want you to explain to me, if in fact you said earlier that God hates sin, why would God create a world that he knew with 100% certainty would lead to a world that he hates? Okay, now I'll let you answer.
Well, again, according to the Bible, that it says for God so loved the world. And so I don't know if you feel like God hates you and that's why you're an atheist, but God actually loves the world. He gives you free will. And then to get back to your analogy with the poo thing, that's also very subjective too. I don't like pigeon poo. There are places where people eat all sorts of things that here in the West I would never consider palatable. I don't know. So that also is a personal bias of mine. So to even compare that, if I don't like crickets, is now the crickets the subject of sin? And somebody's going to eat the crickets. Somebody that doesn't have enough, that's homeless, would eat either.
Thanks for calling in, Moses.
Love you.
Love you. I don't know. I think that's what you just have to do in that case. You just say, thanks for calling in. I think even Christians can see how labored that explanation was. talking about other people's, that's subjective about pigeon poop. We're talking about, the analogy is about a nature of a being hating something and yet creating what he hates. And he doesn't need to create. There's no real good answer to this question that I'm posing, except for, well, there's 3 outs that Moses could have used. He could say, well, God, actually, I was wrong. God actually is okay with a little bit of sin because he's going to make it right in the end. You can go that route. But to say he's okay with sin, that's a tough pill to swallow. Or you can go the route, well, God really didn't know what would happen. He was shocked and surprised that sin entered the world. You can go that route. Or you can say God's not free. His hands were tied. He had to create because it's part of his nature. And he says, oh, I got to create when I know sin's going to happen, but I have no choice. You can go that route. But any route you choose, Theist, to get around the real problem of evil, you're not going to like. You're going to end up creating a God that looks like me, sounds like me, talks like me. You know, a God that's very smart, very good looking, but still has faults. You smiling yet, Mr. Deity? Did I help you with your pain? Heidi, you can call back in. I apologize, Heidi. I really wanted to boot Moses and bring Heidi in, but then Moses kept saying stupid things that made me want to explore. I think have I talked to Heidi before? Heidi, come on in. Room's open now. Yes, you can call in, Heidi. You can tell me how much God loves me. How perfect he is. You clicked the link. You did it before. It's on the top of the live stream. It says it's in the blue box. How did you do it before? You did before. You don't see it? Here, it's right there. Click on that, Heidi. You'll come in after Heidi? Well, you might have to come in sooner than that because I'm not confident Heidi's going to call in. And for all of you who don't like politics, trigger warning, if Mr. Deity comes in, we'll probably talk some politics. Well, actually, maybe not. We'll talk about wokeism. I think that is a religion. He thinks it's more political, so we disagree. What? Place it again. Okay. I guess you can't see the top. 3 times the charm. What is going on? Is your screen so small you can only see one line? Okay, everybody stop talking in the live stream chat for Heidi. We're going to get in. No, just hang on, Mr. Deity. Heidi's. I can't spam my own account. Can I? Yes, it worked. Hi, Heidi.
Hi.
Your voice sounds.
Hi.
Hi. Your voice sounds very young. Make sure your YouTube tab is off. It's just you just leave the whereby. Don't click this off. Just the
Okay,
YouTube.
I'm not clicking on anything right now. I just want to share. Thank you for having me on your show again.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Make sure your YouTube tab is off. Okay, Heidi.
What do I do about that?
You just find it and close it. Are you on your phone? Yeah, you're on your phone.
Yeah, I'm on my cell phone.
Do you hear me twice?
Yes, I'm hearing you.
Twice?
I can see you, your picture and your voice. I can hear your voice.
Okay.
Okay. Here's what I wanted to share with you and your audience. The reason why I'm a Christian is not because of the good or bad things that have happened to me in my life. Hello?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay, it's not because of the good or bad things that have happened to me in my life. And I've had some horrendous sins that I've committed that I can't take back, and I wish I could, because I absolutely would do it if I was able to. But God does not allow do-overs in this life. I don't believe in reincarnation.
Except for Jesus's resurrection. I mean, you can die and do over and come
That's
back to
not
life.
reincarnation.
I know.
That's not reincarnation.
You're right. It's not reincarnation.
Okay. The reason is because it's obviously true and it's beyond our human understanding. We will, all of us as human beings, bow before Jesus Christ, who is Lord, and he wants to give us a chance to make the choice for ourselves to choose to walk in the faith of the Lord and to choose to love him. Both are verbs, both require the choice to have the choice to have the actions that we will answer before our God, who is our creator and our just judge. And the KJV Bible describes him as a male supernatural being who loves us despite our, that's my phone going off, sorry. Right. I had to get, sorry, I wasn't expecting that scam call. I didn't know that was going to happen, but God is an all-knowing, all-powerful being, but it does also say in the book of Ecclesiastes that chance happens to all, and that could be good things or bad things. And it does say in the Bible that he allows he does not want the wicked to perish. Another way that he shows us that he is our creator is his ways are higher than our ways. God's thoughts are higher than our thoughts. So it's beyond our human being understanding, even beyond the angels in heaven, which he created, which he gave them a choice to choose him or to reject him. So it's crucial as Christians that we understand and know every day that God's mercy is upon us. So we are not better than atheists. Atheists are not better than us. But God is the one who decides where each individual human being's soul goes for all of eternity. And he did create an afterlife. He will decide where your
I didn't hear that. Can you repeat what you just said? The last part.
God is the one who decides where your soul will go and where my soul will go, where each individual soul goes, whether you believe in him or not.
Can I ask a question about that?
Let me finish what I'm saying so I don't get sidetracked, because I've got a lot to cover and I know you're going to interrupt me. And then I should have taken notes this time and written them down to say all that I want to say this time.
Hang on, how much longer do you have left, you think?
Maybe 5-10 minutes.
Yeah, this is not a...
If you'll give me 5 or 10 minutes.
No, I can't give you 5 or 10 minutes. Sorry. I can give you 1 more minute.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
God is our creator. And he is going to decide where your soul goes. He is going to judge you, an atheist, according to your non-belief in him, because God knows us better than we know ourselves. Number 2, he created us fearfully and wonderfully made. So he gave us our souls that not all of his creation has, okay? And human beings are the ones who have the souls, who are uniquely created by God to go to heaven or not, which God ultimately is the one who decides once you pass away from this life.
Okay.
So, can you hear me? Okay.
Yep.
So we have proteins that hold our human skin together that are it's in the shape of a wave, and they're crossed over one another, and they're very closely placed to one another. And also the human heart and the human brain each have their own memories. Also, God gave us love, joy, his wisdom, his comfort, his convictions. Our morals come from God, which the KJV Bible describes as 3 persons in one holy, just, loving God.
Okay.
But he will
You
not
need to wrap it
love
up, Heidi.
people anymore if they knowingly choose to reject him.
Okay. And my guess is you're not going to allow me to ask any questions. Is that right? Or are you going to...
Yes. Go ahead, ask your questions. Yes.
Okay.
Ask questions.
If I die and I end up in hell, is that because of God or because of me?
It's because God decided to send you there because you knowingly chose to reject him, but God knows your heart better than you do and better than I do.
Okay. But God decides who goes to heaven and hell, you said.
Yes. That's what the Bible says. The KJV Bible is the most accurate as far as I know.
So ultimately it's God's decision where I go.
Yes.
Okay. So if it's true that I die an unbeliever and end up in hell, it's because that's what God ultimately decided.
He will decide whether you go to heaven or hell. He will base that on your non-belief in God, is what the Bible says.
So then it's not God who decides, it's me.
It could be both. It could be a combination of both, but ultimately it's God that has the final say. God has the final say.
Well, if God has the final say, then he's not basing it on my decision. He's basing it on his decision.
Yes. Ultimately, he has the
Right.
final say because he's our just creator. Yes, he's our just creator. He's our just God who created human beings uniquely, fearfully, and wonderfully made. We are his most precious creation according to the Bible.
Is there any chance that you could be wrong about Christianity?
No. There's too much that's coming to pass in the prophecies, and it's beyond my human understanding. I can't answer all of your questions regarding Christianity, but God can when you go before him sincerely and say, God, I'm not making a joke out of this. You are going to judge me based on where my sincerity is and where my heart is. You know me better than I know myself. You know Heidi better than Heidi knows herself. He knows this.
Like when I asked you if there's any chance you're wrong, you mentioned no, there's too many prophecies and so forth. Is there any chance you might be wrong about the prophecies?
No.
Okay. Very good.
But I don't know everything about Christianity. I don't know everything about God. As I said, God's ways are higher than our ways. God's thoughts are higher than our thoughts according to the Bible.
Right. What would you say to me if I said this? There's no chance Christianity is true. There's no way you're going to change my mind.
You're wrong. You're wrong, because you're going to bow before Jesus Christ just like I will.
Okay.
You will do it. It's a fact.
But would
and
you try to change my mind?
The Bible.
Would you try to change my mind or no?
That's why I'm on here, to try to reason with you as God would want me to do, because in my flaws and in my imperfections, and I'm a human being, God is the one you would go to for all of your answers.
Okay, but you're
about him.
I appreciate that. You're on here to help me change my mind. But if I tell you there's nothing you could say or do to change my mind, then aren't you just
You're
wasting...
not looking into it enough. You're not looking into Christianity enough.
I'm not looking into it enough.
You're not.
But
you're not.
I know that might be true, but I'm dogmatically closed. Like I've said, I'm not going to change my mind. So would you keep talking to me?
If Jesus were to appear before you, would you know it was him?
It depends.
If Jesus were to appear before you, not in a dream and not in a vision, but literally he came back after his 3 days and he did come back to live on earth for 40 days.
Yeah, I don't believe that.
After he died and rose again for the 3 days.
Don't believe that.
He came back to live among... Hello?
Yeah, I don't believe any of that. But I like what you said there, that if Jesus came...
He came back to live among his people for 40 days.
Would you be mad at me if I said I would need to see Jesus do a miracle for me before I would believe? Would that be bad?
I don't think God would be mad at you. It's just that he's not surprised, because we are human beings. And there's and God is a miracle in itself, because life and love are from God, and they are miracles every day.
I know, but I would need a special miracle.
They are miracles every day from God.
But would you think it's bad of me to ask you to pray for a miracle for me right now?
No, that's not bad if you're sincere.
Well, it would
if
be
it's just a game to you, then God cannot be mocked.
Right, but I've said this seriously many times, that if I saw an amazing miracle, my whole worldview would be shattered.
You are a miracle because you are alive.
I understand that.
You are created by God.
But right now, do you know...
Life and love are miracles from God each day.
Are you familiar with 1 Kings 18? I'm not judging you if you're not, but it's basically the story of Elijah and the prophets of Baal, and they had a competition, and they each had three piles of wood, I believe, and they were going to pray to their gods, and I think it was Elijah's idea. They're going to pray to their gods.
Everybody thinks, yeah, I understand. Everybody thinks that they're right, but God has shown that God is not a magician. He's not a sugar daddy. He's not here to convince us something that is obviously true.
Okay, but what
he's not here to he's not here to convince you if it's he will judge you according to your non-belief in him. That's what the Bible says in the KJV.
But do you think it would be a sin for us to ask God to light up a napkin that's soaked in water to replicate?
It would be misguided. It would be misguided. It would be a sin for a Christian, because a genuine growing Christian such as myself should know better. But it would be misguided of you. You are taking God and a lot of what your beliefs are about him, and what you don't believe about him, you're taking it completely out of context.
Okay,
and that is your choice.
Okay, fair enough. Would it be misguided if I asked you to come with me to my sister's burial site and ask God to raise her in Jesus' name? Would that be misguided?
I doubt he would raise her unless he wants to. I cannot heal people because that would be outside of my personal abilities, because God would have to decide. But it does say in the end of the end times that will happen with many people, that they will come out of their graves and be resurrected and healed as well.
Okay.
Physically, spiritually, some of them will come out of their graves.
But notice that earlier you said that the reason why I don't believe is because maybe I haven't studied enough, or you said something to that
You
effect.
haven't.
Yeah. Now, is it possible that maybe you haven't studied enough, and that's the reason why you're so confident?
I haven't studied everything about Christianity or God because I'm a human being, just like you are. But God knows my sincerity. God knows that He's real. He knows Himself to be real. He reveals Himself to those who are genuinely seeking after God's own heart. He does not. He cannot reveal Himself if you are choosing to block Him off or choose to make fun of Him, because God will not be mocked. And if you think He doesn't notice or care, He does. It's just that He's giving you a choice and you've made it.
I want you to think of your best
He's
friend.
giving you a choice to believe Him and to walk in the faith of the Lord or not.
Heidi, I want you to think of your best...
Remember that faith...
Hey, Heidi. I want you to think of your best friend right now. I hope you have a best friend. Do you?
I have a close friend.
Okay. Can you give me her first name or no?
Bridget.
Bridget. I want you to pretend you're Bridget right now.
Uh-huh.
Okay. So now I'm talking to Bridget. Bridget, what's in one sentence, what's the real reason Heidi is a Christian?
Bridget doesn't know me better than God knows. I can tell you...
You're Bridget right now. How would Bridget answer? Why is Heidi... Well, in one sentence,
because
Bridget,
God is obviously real. Because God is obviously real. God's love and God's faith is the evidence of things unseen and the substance of
thank
things
you, Bridget.
hoped
So,
for.
Bridget, Heidi believes she's a Christian because she believes that God's real. Bridget,
because I know He is.
Bridget, tell me about Heidi. If Heidi were to leave Christianity, what would happen to Heidi if she were to leave? I know she never will. I know she never would, but if she would,
tell me that I would know better than to leave Christianity. Because Bridget doesn't know me better than I know myself. God knows me better than I know myself. So I would know better than to leave Christianity.
Try to use remember, you're Bridget. Heidi, Bridget, tell me how Heidi's life has changed after she became a Christian in like a couple sentences.
She would tell you I become a nicer, happier person who doesn't expect everything to go my way.
Okay. Bridget, do you think Heidi would be a sadder person if she never became a Christian?
Yes.
Do you think Heidi would be suicidal if she never became a Christian?
Not necessarily. God doesn't want people killing themselves. He doesn't want people murdering other people. God does allow for self-preservation and self-defense, though.
Okay. Well, thanks, Bridget, and thanks, Heidi, for coming on.
Thank you, Doug.
Take care.
He knows I'm right.
You're still on.
He knows I'm right.
That would just be purely speculative, but that's speculation.
Yeah. This is a case study in psychology. Like, there's a lot of Christians who will watch this and say, I'm not like Heidi. Doug, I'm not like Heidi. But you are a little bit like Heidi. She is so desperate for this belief. She is so convinced she's right. There is absolutely nothing that can penetrate the shell. That's why I went into the technique of third person vantage point. She couldn't even pretend she's Bridget. P-Town, I've talked to you before.
You have. It's been a little while. Doug,
Yeah.
how are you?
Good, thanks. What's up with you? What do you want to talk about? And then Mr. Deity's going to come on.
I don't know who that is.
You don't know who Mr. Deity is?
If he's cooler than me, then you can skip me. I'm okay.
Okay, see ya.
That sounds like.
Hey, Doug.
There you are. I only see the top of your head.
Yeah, I'm following Heidi, so I just wanted to keep that.
Oh, I get it.
Because it was such an artistic framing. For the whole image was so great.
What did you think of how I handled that?
What I really want to talk to you about is the ontology of propositions. If we could go into that. That would just be amazing. Hold on. Should I put on my AirPods? Would it help? Is the audio okay?
No, I'm not hearing an echo, so it's good.
Okay. Great.
Yeah.
I shut down the YouTube page.
I know
how to do this.
I don't know what I hate more, philosophers coming on or trying to figure out ways to communicate with people like Heidi.
Did you see my piece I recently did about philosophers converting me from my atheism?
Oh yeah, I think I did.
Based on the encabulator meme?
Yeah. I've used that too. I don't know if you knew that.
Oh, I didn't know that. No.
Yeah, about 5 years ago. Like I know there's two encabulator versions. There's the older version and a newer version. But about 5 years ago, I think I used that. Yeah.
Oh, I got to look for that. That's got to be funny.
I forget.
Hell.
Yeah, I need to raise your audio. People are saying you're a little quiet. Okay, so is there a beef between you and I?
No. Why?
Well, some people think there is, and so they, what's her name, wanted me to have you on to talk about that comment. Well, hang on. I'm not sure if it was heard, but anyhow, you made the comment about how I haven't only partially deconstructed.
Deconstructed, yes.
Because of my political views. What did you mean by that?
Well, it's partially a comment about my own experience, where I rethought everything on the theological realm, but I didn't rethink everything on the political realm. And that took me, as you know, I think we talked about this last time I was on, it took me, to actually vote for the other party, it was 20 years. It was a long time. I think it's harder. I think it's a lot more difficult in many ways to get past political indoctrination.
But are you saying that if you are a Christian, you become an atheist and you stay, no matter what country you're in, you stay right of the political center, that you haven't fully deconstructed? That a marker for full deconstruction is when you actually become left of center politically?
My suspicion is, yes, in many ways I do think that's true, because I think the worldview change is so significant that if you follow through the thinking, you may not go left, but I think you're probably going to be a little left of center, simply because you realize there's no one here looking out for us.
Okay.
This is a mess. It's a freaking mess. You know what though? I didn't want to talk politics here on this channel. I would love to come on sometime. I never catch your political. I don't know when they come up. Maybe it's because I'm not subscribed to that channel.
Yeah, usually any day other than Thursday.
I would love to do this on your political channel at some point in longer form, just to have a conversation.
I'm just scared that it's because of your schedule and my schedule that it's not going to happen if we don't talk about it now.
Oh, we'll make it happen. No, we'll make it happen. I'll make it happen. I have a lot of have a tremendous amount of free time. I mean, I spend a lot of my month doing research on what I'm going to shoot my mouth off about.
Okay.
But other than that, I have free time. If we set up a time, I can definitely make that happen. I didn't think you'd want to talk politics right now because at this point you have to be so sick of winning, you know, with the results on Tuesday and everything. That's just got to be exhausting for you.
Well, with you, we agree on almost everything else, though. So it's kind of boring to talk about anything else but politics.
No, that's fine. I just wanted to come on and say hi. And, you know, it's rare that I don't know why, but I don't get notified. I would say most of the time when you're going live, I don't get the little notification saying, hey, it's coming up live. And this time it popped up.
YouTube is Democrat and I'm Republican. That's why.
But this time it popped up and I was like, oh, cool, because I'm laying around in pain. I've had, since you're a Limbaugh fan, you'll probably know what a pilonidal cyst is, right? He had a pilonidal cyst that really caused him some serious
Yeah, I knew he had a problem. I didn't know it was that.
When he was younger. Yeah, and now I'm suffering with it. I think because of a car accident that I was in February. It's been a rough year for me. I was in a pretty bad car accident in February. I got my car totaled and I was pretty messed up.
Did someone run a red light or something?
No. I was on the freeway, and I got to tell you, everybody's got to get new cars with this technology. So the last 3 cars I've had have had, what is it called? Adaptive cruise control.
Yeah, I have that.
So set the cruise control, and then it stays at a certain distance. It's really amazing based on algorithms of speed and how fast you're going and blah, blah, blah. And you can set it for a little closer, a little farther. And that thing saved my ass because traffic, I was on the freeway here in California and it just stopped, dead stop. My car stopped with about, like, I would say 6 to 10 feet. But the car in back of me did not have adaptive cruise control. And they just completely slammed into me in this big truck. And I tried to turn the wheel slightly so I wouldn't hit the car in front of me. I just barely touched it. But because of that, my head hit the side thing and I got a concussion and got my neck and my back screwed up. And I think this is a result of a lower back thing. But it's taken me, you know, everyone in Canada always tells me how much they love their healthcare system every time I'm there. They tell a story about how they had to go through all this crap. And then they always say the last line is, guess how much I paid? And they'll tell me about the surgeries they've had.
You know,
they're telling me that. But everyone says, oh, you got to wait so long. You got to wait so long. Well, I'm here in America and I've had this thing for 6 weeks. It's been driving me nuts. And I have to get a surgery. They tell me now that I have to get a surgery, that it's the only way. But I'm on the 12th day of waiting for my referral to get to even talk to the surgeon, and then it's going to be another.
You know, if you lived in a red state, you would have had your surgery by now.
I don't believe that for a second. Are there any doctors?
Well, no, I seriously, some cities are better than others. Some suburbs are better than others.
True.
Yeah,
it's true. I think there's better healthcare providers too. I just don't know what they are or how you find them.
Yeah,
but
or if you go to emergency, you get better treatment.
Yeah, I thought about that. I had one day where it got infected and I actually bumped it up against the wall, and the entire day was like a day with Torquemada. It was absolute torture. It's probably one of the most painful days of my life I've ever experienced. And that was before they gave me the pain pills. I'm like, why aren't you giving me the pain pills before this, you idiots? So now I'm on Tylenol with codeine, and it's absolute heaven. It's
yeah, be careful. You don't want to be like Rush Limbaugh and get addicted.
I know. I don't think I have an addictive personality because my entire drug phase of my life was from 12 to 15 because I was a rock and roller and I was really good, really young, and I was playing with people much older than me. Like the oldest guy was 10 years older than me. And so I got into every drug you can imagine. And
I disagree. I think you do have an addictive personality because you have a YouTube channel for 14 years.
Oh, I thought you were going to say because I'm addicted to you and your channel.
Well, that too, but I mean, you have to be a bit of a addictive, narcissistic type of personality type to be a YouTube creator, right?
Well, yeah, I think it's because the topic endlessly fascinates me. I truly have loved this stuff since I was like 16. Before I even got religious, before I even found my Mormonism, I was studying Eastern religions and philosophy and all that kind of stuff. And I just find it so riveting. I think it's just the.
You're not bored of Christianity yet?
I'm not bored of fighting it.
Mm.
I do think it's just absolutely toxic. And
I think you'd be bored of it if you actually had to have conversations with people like I do. Because you very quickly learn and realize, like Heidi, the previous guest, like, do you really want Heidi to become an atheist?
No, in fact, you know what? When you were talking to her, I was actually a little uncomfortable. I was like,
yeah,
this is not a woman who I've always said, if you need religion to be a good person, I want you to, I'll shove as much religion down your throat as I can get down there. I just don't think people really need it. But there are people who really do believe that they would be lost. And I was that way. I mean, you know this, I did not want to become an atheist. I was horrified by the idea. I read this book and then I went running to Dennis Prager.
You know, the Christians are rolling their eyes right now, right? They're going, or the Mormons too. They're rolling their eyes. Oh, I didn't want to become an atheist. I went into atheism, kicking and screaming. Because we roll our eyes at them when they say that. I didn't want to become a Christian.
Yeah. The problem is, you know, a lot of these people who claim that they're atheists, their atheism is not, you know, like a Lee Strobel. How atheist was he? I mean, he might not have had like a firm belief in God, but I don't believe he was like a committed philosophical atheist. I was a committed philosophical theist. And mind you, my theism was Mormonism, which is not big G God, it's little G God, so it's a little different. Which is why I didn't have a problem for a long time staying Mormon, because the atheism only had to do with the big G God, and Mormonism doesn't have a big G God. So I felt like I was okay. I was kind of insulated from it all. But then I started turning my critical thinking skills on the Mormonism just as much as I had on the topic of God, and that got me out of there real quick, because Mormonism is probably the only religion that you can literally prove it to be untrue. It's all empirical claims about Native Americans that just aren't true.
That's why I say the evidence for Mormonism is way better than cookie cutter Christianity, because there's what you just said. We actually have hard evidence against it, though.
Right. And you also have better witnesses and affidavits, and you know, you have people who stuck in it even though they left. They never denied their, you know, we don't have anything close to that for Christianity.
But I want to get back to something you said about Heidi. No, before that, you said that I asked you if you're getting bored of it, and you find that it's so fascinating and it's so toxic. But then 2 minutes later, we're talking about Heidi, and you felt uncomfortable. Heidi needs this. Right. So how can it be both toxic and useful for some people?
Oh, I'll give you a perfect example. I have a condition called essential thrombocythemia, where my bone marrow is pushing out too many platelets. So I have to take a chemo drug twice a day to keep my platelets suppressed so I don't stroke out. It's toxic, but it's helping me in this one very important way to get along. So something can be toxic and helpful at the same time. There are some people who I just like when you're talking to her, I'm thinking there's just, it would be I think so emotionally devastating for her to lose these ideas. That's why I got uncomfortable. I was like, oh, Doug.
But I find it as a challenge.
You didn't.
Yeah, I find it as a challenge, though, to try different techniques with people like her to see what works, what doesn't. But yeah, I agree. I would never want her to leave Christianity, because I think she does need it to survive.
Right.
But that's why I tried her best friend technique. Like, what would she say? Just to get her off her preaching, just a different paradigm way to think of things, but it didn't work. It's like,
yeah. It is devastating. I mean, like I said, if you grow up Mormon, like being an atheist is like, there's no worse thing you can be. First of all, I didn't have the right clothing, as I like to say. I didn't have the bell bottoms and the that kind of thing. But I growing up, atheists were communist pornographers who kicked cats and ate babies. It was just the worst thing. And so when I read this book and I run to Dennis Prager, because I think he's got all the answers, because he's always told me you got to know both sides of every issue. And then we start talking, and like 2 minutes into the conversation, I realize, oh shit, he doesn't have any good answers for me. And that was the moment I knew I was going to be an atheist. And then I was worried about messing him up. So I just backed off immediately, because I didn't want to like anything, because his faith is so important to him. Being a Jew is just so incredibly important to him that I backed off immediately. And then I went into, I don't know if you know this, but I did 2 years of trying to get my faith back. Like I read everything I could read, not the crap stuff like the Lee Strobel and that kind of stuff, but
like the Mormon faith back, or just cookie cutter Christianity.
No, and Mormonism. Once I got out of Mormonism, I knew that was no good. So I tried Christianity. I almost converted to Judaism, but I couldn't see myself talking like this for the rest of my life. Yeah. And then I almost converted to Catholicism, but they wouldn't have me, which I found incredibly respectable, because they asked me, so do you believe it though? And I said, no, I don't really believe it, but it's a good system. And at the time I was thinking I couldn't raise my daughter, who was then 3 or 4 years old. I couldn't raise her without religion.
I didn't know you had a daughter.
Oh yeah, I have one daughter and 2 step kids from my marriage with Amy. But yeah, my daughter's 33. I have a grandson. I have a 2-year-old grandson who's just the most amazing little thing on the
How old
planet.
are you?
58.
Yeah, I always thought you were my age, but I guess you're 6 years old. But you had kids young then. Well, you're a Mormon, of course.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
And I didn't have them as young as everyone was. They were bugging us because we'd been married for 4 years. I got married when I was 21.
Yeah, I was 22.
That's the Mormon way.
Yeah.
And then you're supposed to start pumping them out real quick. And we waited 4 years to have a kid. And yeah, but 25 is still too young to have a kid. It's just ridiculous.
Well, unless you have a lot of help.
Yes. If you have a lot of help. I mean, we didn't, and we got through it. It's, having a grandson now, they moved to Texas just recently last month, but I used to watch him every Monday, and boy, you really find out that having kids is a young person's game, because he would wear me out. I would have him just one day, and it would take me 2 days to recover from how exhausted I was.
Well, we had our first child when I was 30, 32, something like that. And it's because my boys couldn't swim. I was infertile.
Oh.
And partly my wife too. And so we had to do in vitro fertilization. And can you imagine?
I thought I did that, yeah.
Can you imagine how that goes over in a very conservative Christian community?
Yeah. Yeah. And expensive, right?
Yeah.
That's crazy expensive.
Very expensive.
Yeah. I had a friend who had to do that, and they ended up having twins. You didn't have twins, did you?
No. Fortunately, we didn't.
You have 2 kids, right?
Yep.
2.
Boy and a girl.
Boy and a girl.
Too bad your daughter's too old for my son. Oh, she's married too. We don't know. Yeah.
She's married. She met this great guy when she was 17. And like, if you were a dad and you could pick a guy, that's who she found. Like, she found the best guy you could ever imagine. I've had it so lucky with her, because she was a great kid. She was just pure, totally easy. And then she found this great guy, and it's like, wow, how can my life be any easier in terms of raising a kid?
And then you found out he's Republican, and then
no, he is libertarian, but he's a left-leaning libertarian.
Okay.
But he's kind of center left, but he's such a good guy. He's just the sweetest. he treats her so great, and you couldn't do, and a great dad. And oh my God, my grandson. Oh my God, I gotta show you this kid. He looks like he's. Can you see that?
Oh wow, yeah.
He looks like he just came from a Hitler Youth rally, but he's adorable. He's the cutest, sweetest little guy on the planet.
You should put that quote. What you just said. Put that quote and send it to Prager. That picture.
Oh God. Yeah, his dad's Swedish, and then my background is German and French and English, so he's white as F. But he's a sweet little guy. He's just, and I miss him like crazy. It's just awful that he's gone now. But they got a big house, a nice house with a big backyard, and my daughter could quit her job. She was a child life specialist, working in palliative care, and after she had the kid, watching other kids die every day was just wrecking her. So I'm thrilled that she
no longer doing that.
She got that. But no, I just wanted to say hi. I never catch these, and I wanted to say hi. You're still one of my favorite people on the planet. And
okay, when do you want to talk politics? Tomorrow? Next week?
Whenever you want to do it. I'm better at the first of the month, because at the first of the month I take some days off, so that because getting those 6 videos up every month by the 31st for my patrons is, oh my God,
Hey, do you play poker?
I don't.
Do you have money?
I not much. No, not much.
Excellent. You should come play poker with us.
I'm desperately trying to put money away now because I have almost nothing saved up for retirement. I don't actually plan on retiring. I can't imagine ever not doing something.
I don't recommend you retire. I mean,
no.
Just
no.
if you feel good, well, you don't feel good now, but if you can do it, work until you die.
And I've just started working on my 3rd album. So I'm going to put out a 3rd album next year. That'll be my 3rd in 38 years. It's a...
Well, it's like you and your Mormon friends singing gospel songs?
No, so my first album was a Mormon album done for the biggest Mormon record company at the time. And we did okay with that album on the Mormon... there are Mormon music stations, or at least there were back in the 80s. In Utah.
Is it on YouTube? Your Mormon, I mean, yeah.
I hope not. I hope not.
What would I search it by?
I'm not going to tell you. Brian and Paul Speak to Me was the album. I don't think you'll find it. If you find anything about it, I would be shocked. For Embryo Records, which was Lex Diaz-Avedo's.
Embryo?
Embryo Records, yeah. And Mormons will know Lex Diaz-Avedo. He made a big splash with this musical called Saturday's Warrior, and others as well.
Did you have a song called My Apology?
No, that's not me.
Okay. Huh. No, yeah, I think you're right. It's not here.
It was a great experience for me, though. It was just tremendous, that album, because I got assigned an arranger, which I originally was like upset about. Like, can I arrange?
The Choice?
No. Okay. Some of the songs were I've Walked Where You Walked Today, I think was one of them. Oh God, what are some of the songs? Speak to Me, obviously the title song. Daughter of God, I think was one of the songs. But that stuff would just be horribly embarrassing to me now. By the way, I keep telling my Christian friends, you got to convert me. Please, you have to convert me, because
I can convert you if you want.
I think this is true for both of us. Do you realize how much money we could make if we went to the other team?
They wouldn't believe us.
We could write one book, God was not a dirtbag. I was wrong or something. I don't know what I would call my book, but oh my God, go on the speaking.
What would it take for you to be converted to, let's say, some form of Judeo-Christianity,
as I say, supernatural claims require supernatural evidence. So I'm with you. If you can light that, rat on fire, if you can do the greater works that Jesus said you would be able to do, you know, he made it pretty clear about what Christians should be able to do with just the tiniest bit of faith, the size of a mustard seed. And apparently no Christian on the planet has faith the size of a mustard seed.
You know how I would do it with you?
Yeah.
If someone actually paid me $1 million and say, hey, your goal is to convert Mr. Deity, I would get your grandson.
I'll split that with you, by the way.
And take you to the most beautiful place in Utah during sunset.
Yeah.
And I would tell you to hold your grandson close. Then I would ask people who know you, your favorite music, and I would put you in such an ambiance of beauty that I would get you in tears to cry out that there just has to be a God out there to create this lovely ambiance.
Yeah.
I would appeal to your emotions until you would break down and weep like a baby.
I'd have to have checked my brain at the door though, because I know all the shit that's going on while we're sitting there looking at the thing. You know, I just did a new Mr. Deity a couple weeks ago called Mr. Deity and the Consent, where Mr. Deity he's instantiating everyone for just a few moments to be able to get their consent to be created. Because if you want to talk about free will, then you got to get our consent, right, to do this thing. And then he starts talking about, oh no, yes, of course I'd give my consent. I mean, you're all good, you're all knowing, you're all powerful. What could possibly go wrong? And Mr. Deity says, yes, what could? Except, you know, it's not going to be all good.
Yeah.
Which the first question right there is, you're all good. How is it not going to be all good? It's such a stupid idea.
Yeah, the real problem of evil.
Well, how bad could it be? Well, you could have to watch your wife and daughters be gang raped and tortured over the course of a month, and then be tortured to death yourself over the course of a year. And the guy's like, I'm out. No, poop. In fact, he says, poop me back into. I had a Doug joke in it. It was.
Yeah. Poof.
Just send me back into the nothingness or whatever. And he says, you just poof me. And Mr. Deity says, you wouldn't rather drown?
Yeah, Mr. Deity watches my channel. Hey, I got a guy waiting for a while here. So
all right.
Thanks for hopping on.
Email me or text. You can't text me. Email me at misterdeity@misterdeity.com.
Okay.
And we'll set up a time to do the political stuff.
Very good. Thanks for hopping on.
Love your stuff, Doug, though. You're awesome.
Love you more.
All right.
See ya.
See you, bud.
Let's see who we got here. Sid's, sorry for making you wait for so long.
Oh, that's all right. Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear. You're a lot louder than Mr. Deity.
Okay, that's good. Cool. Hey, I was wandering around on YouTube and I saw you were live. And I've never seen your channel before, but I just click on live things. And then I saw that you were talking with that lady Heidi.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so it's like, oh, I'd like to talk to him too. Because I'm also a theist. I'm Christian.
Okay. I noticed you're hiding like Heidi was hiding. Is that a thing Christians do?
Yeah. I don't really know much about your show, and I don't really feel comfortable having my face on the internet.
That's okay. That's fine. Did you want to ask me questions? Do you want me to ask you questions?
We could do either one. I guess I'm a little curious. You used to be Christian?
Yeah.
Yeah. Since a child, or
yeah, I was raised
later. Or...
Yeah, no, I was raised in a Christian home, a wonderful home.
Mm-hmm. And then, how old were you when you decided not to anymore?
Guess. I'm 52 now. Guess how old I was.
49.
Oh, actually, I was expecting you to guess lower. 35 is when it started.
All
40
right.
is what I'd say when I was out. Took 5
And then,
years.
so what was like, I guess the thing that like, I don't know, created a crack in the dam or something?
I think it was the internet and actually opening up my bubble and trying to understand why people don't believe the way I believe, and seriously considering arguments against Christianity. But the biggest thing was, I think, just the simple questions, like, isn't it more likely that this is a story that's based loosely on some truth, but the core propositions are not true? And if I were raised in a different home, different environment, would this evidence convince me? And I said, no. The reason why the evidence is convincing, I think, to a lot of Christians is because they were raised in a Christian culture.
Yeah. Like just the United States in general, or the West.
Yeah, but I'd say more specifically, like your communities, your families. But then usually when you start to doubt your Christianity, it's between the ages of 18 and 22. Usually when you're sleep deprived, full of hormones, going to school, not knowing what to do with your life. Then you become a little more desperate. And then that's when you make a decision either for or against. And then a lot of college kids nowadays, they make decisions against. And then in their late 20s, early 30s, they get married and have kids. And then they go back to Christianity because they want some type of tradition and stability and some moral foundation or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, I see. I'm kind of inverse a little bit. My grandmother was sort of Catholic. She'd occasionally go to a Catholic church and drop off a candle or something. But in general, when I was a little kid, she'd pray with me and stuff like that. But by the time I was like 13 or 14, I'd become an atheist pretty much. And, you know, I was into, as I got older, the new atheists. And, but I actually became Christian, where I don't think I ever really was Christian to begin with, because we never had a Christian life in the sense of going to church or any special things we did. Like we didn't pray before we ate dinner or anything like that. So she was kind of nominally Christian.
How old were you when you became a Christian?
But I was I started when I was around 33, and then maybe ending completely by like 35.
Oh.
It might have started when I was around 30.
Now this is interesting. I thought you were going to be boring and it's going to be 18 to 22, and because you sound young, but now, now I'm very interested in you, because anybody who comes into the faith at that age, my theory is something bad happened. What, am I right? Did something bad happen to you in your late 20s or early 30s? Like really bad?
I think, I mean, yeah, things happen in my life for sure. But I would say the beginning of what started converting me was reading this book by Nassim Taleb. I read a couple of his books. The Black Swan was the first one, and then reading Anti-Fragile was also another really good book
people
of his.
said people tell me this, like they've read this book and that's why they start the process. But I think it's more fundamental than that. I think, like, why did you even want to read that book?
Well, I mean, it was about, the Black Swan was about the stock market and why the stock market crashed.
Oh, not that one, but you mentioned, what was the first book you mentioned? Was it that
Black
one?
Swan and Anti-Fragile.
Okay.
They're both not Christian books. They're both about kind of economics.
Okay, so both about economics, and you read something in those books that brought you to God?
Yeah, I mean, it made me start thinking, and I'll
what?
tell you what that is.
Yeah.
So in these books, Taleb basically talks about how
I'm scared.
you know what a bell curve is, right?
Yeah.
So, a lot of times, in a lot of science,
I'm scared you're going to go to fractals or something. Are you?
No, I'm not going to talk about fractals. Not going to bring Benoit Mandelbrot into this. But no, so you have a bell curve, right?
Mm-hmm.
And a bell curve is like the basis for a lot of science. So we'll determine that something is, so many standard deviations outside of what would be considered normal.
Can we
with a
cut
bell
to the
curve?
chase?
And you could do this.
Was it mathematical? The idea that there's mathematical patterns, is that what brought you to God?
No.
Okay, in one sentence.
So I'll try it, but essentially, we use this kind of thinking. Bell curve thinking is good for things like how tall the average person is, and how a finch's beak would be a good use of using a bell curve to measure it and notice if something's statistically significant. But we use it for things that it's not good for, and some of those things have to do with things that have probabilities
Sid,
that
I've
blow
been
up.
live streaming for 2.5 hours. You need to get to the point, please.
Okay, I'm sorry. So essentially, back in the day, in the past, in antiquity, people would use common sense to determine if things were reliable. Like if a bridge could be determined reliable if the builder would stand under it while somebody heavy or a lot of heavy things moved over the bridge, instead of determining it's reliable based on some scientific equation.
I don't think this is going to work, Sid.
Reliable.
Did you fail?
All right.
Did you fail English? Are you a math guy?
I'm sorry.
Are you a math guy, not an English guy? Like, sometimes in English they want you to be verbose. Sometimes in English you just get to the point.
I'm not trying to be verbose. I'm sorry.
In one sentence, why did you become a Christian? In one sentence. And if you don't,
because past knowledge is more reliable because it's been tested against more time. So
the historical method.
Idea
is that what you're saying?
Maybe, sure, historical method.
So you believe the Bible?
What is that to you?
Is that what you're saying? You believe the Bible?
What? Yeah, I believe the Bible. Yeah.
Why we literally wasted 5 or 10 minutes when all you could have said is, I became a Christian because I found the teachings of the Bible to be historically reliable. Right?
Sure. Yeah. I don't think that's necessarily. I would say that older knowledge is better than newer knowledge because it's been tested against more time. Would be a simple way of saying it.
Does that mean Hinduism is more true than Judaism?
There's elements, sure, that are definitely anything that's helped people survive throughout centuries would definitely be better.
Okay, I'm going to ask you some very basic questions because
sure,
some of what's in the text of the Bible, even the Hindu Vedas, is outrageous. And
sure.
So if I was to tell you that a neighbor of mine came and visited me the other day, I have a pool in my backyard. And as we were talking in the backyard, he started walking around and he just started walking on the water. Would you believe me if I said that, wrote it down on a piece of paper and showed you it? Would you believe me?
And you're my neighbor?
No.
Oh, you're just some guy that wrote it down and then I read it?
Yep. Or I'm telling you now.
No, I don't believe you.
Okay. What if I told you that I got 4 semi-independent, they know each other, but I got 4 diaries of people who were there and saw the same thing. Would you believe it now?
No, I think I'd believe it more is if for 1,000 years people had been reading this testament of yours and using it in a productive way in their life to exist and live.
Okay, but we're talking about a claim here about someone walking on water. So you're saying it's more likely someone walks on water 1,000 years ago than today?
Yeah.
Why is that?
Well, I would say that there must be some truth in it, because if there wasn't truth in it, then it wouldn't be useful for these people to have survived through
Can lies be useful?
I think that, now I don't think the Bible's a liar,
No.
but I would say that a lie could be useful if it is effective in keeping you alive.
Yeah. So something can be totally false or a lie and still be useful.
Mm-hmm. Sure, I think anybody would agree with that.
Okay. So Christianity could be false and still be useful.
That could be true. It's not true, but it could be true.
Why do you say it's not true? What convinces you that it's true?
Well, just like any other of these old things, like the Vedas, or let's say
Let's be very specific.
Or
with Christianity, it's the resurrection of Jesus, that Jesus as God rose again, right? Would you agree?
Uh-huh.
Why do you think that is true?
Well, because I think it's revealed in the whole universe and in the Bible.
Okay, it's revealed in the Bible, but we both just recently agreed that something can be in the... Well, let me ask you this. Is everything in the Bible true? That purports to be true?
Yeah.
Why do you believe that?
Well, like I stated before, because it is very effective in human flourishing.
Okay, but you also said that something can be false and be effective in human flourishing.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, so let me ask you again. Why do you think everything in the Bible that purports to be true is true?
Because, well, it's the same reason I said before. So you won't let me explain in more detail. I guess I'm pretty boring talker. Why maybe something else that is effective for human flourishing but is false, why that's different than the Bible.
Yeah, what makes the Bible special?
Well, the Bible's special because, let's say,
40 different authors
like
over
Hinduism,
40 different authors, 66 books over 3 different continents, eyewitness accounts for prophecy. Am I getting close?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those are all aspects of the Bible.
Okay.
Yeah.
Assume I know all that stuff that you can say. And let's say I even know it better than you.
Sure.
What explains why I'm not a believer? Why most of the world are not believers?
Well, some people have just never heard. That's one thing.
How do you explain me?
So for you, I don't really know you that well, but you're not a believer now. Maybe you'll be a believer in the future again.
But when you're talking about the evidence of the prophecies, all the different books, attestations, eyewitness accounts, everything that you possibly could say to me, and I say, I know it, and I even know it better than you, yet I don't believe.
Yeah, but you feel that just knowing it, just having memorized the Bible would make you a believer?
Well, if you became convinced that the evidence is strong enough, yeah.
So so if you felt, but you don't believe it's
right.
True.
So what does that tell you? That tells you that everything that you could list out for me, eyewitness accounts, attestations, prophecies, all this thing, 40 different authors, 66 books over hundreds of years, that tells you something that I don't view that evidence as strong enough, right?
I guess, so you want there to be the proof, like you've been saying, if a wet rag were to catch on fire, then you would believe.
Yeah, that's way better than
God.
Than 2,000-year-old texts. Don't you agree?
I guess I don't know.
You don't know?
I mean, if I saw a rag catch on fire, I think it was possessed or something. I
In
don't
the
know
name
why.
of Jesus?
I don't think I. In the name of Jesus, I don't know. I mean, because I mean, you know, you ever watch those people that you know, like throw some oil on somebody's head and they start like wriggling around on the floor and barking like a
but
dog.
I'm talking about in the name of Jesus. Let's say if in the name of Jesus you said something, light up the water soap nap, and it happened. Wouldn't you yourself be more confident in Christianity?
I don't know. I don't think there's no in the history of Christianity. That's not really something that is used as a method for belief.
That's not my question. Sid, if I literally...
I'm saying that...
I'm asking you this,
here's the thing. I don't think you would. You wouldn't believe in Christianity if you saw that.
Okay, there's one way to find out. You might be right. Let's find out.
Okay, what, are you going to do it?
I'm asking you to do it.
Well, I wouldn't... I'm not going to, you know... Jesus isn't magic, you know? I mean, you can't just say his name and then magic happen.
Can you say his name and restore health?
No, I mean, that's not...
You can't use Jesus' name to make people healthy?
Suggests.
You can't use Jesus' name to bring back the dead?
No.
No?
Like...
Sid, you don't know your scriptures.
Listen, there's you know, Jesus does that. He's God, right? But to just say in the name of Jesus and I'm just some guy, you know, that doesn't, he's not magic. He's not just going to do something because I demanded of him or something like that.
Can you see my screen?
I can see it on your screen, yeah.
Now, you said earlier you believe everything in the Bible that purports to be true is true.
Sure.
Here's John 14:12-14. Verily, I tell you, this is Jesus apparently speaking. Whoever believes in me and will do the works I have been doing, whoever believes in me will do the works I have been doing, and they will do even greater things than these, because I am going to the Father, and I will do whatever you ask in my name, in Jesus' name, so that the Father may be glorified in the Son. You may ask me for anything in my name, and I will do it. Do you believe that's true? Do you believe that's true?
I believe that's true, but I think that if your interpretation of that is that you can ask for a pot of gold, if that's not God's will in your life, then you're not going to get a pot of gold. You're not going to get a rag turned on fire. You're not, it has to be God's will.
Okay. But you don't know if it's God's will unless you try, right?
Well, you know what's God's will because you do as Jesus does in his life, which is to put yourself last and to be a servant to others.
Have you been doing that?
I try to, but I'm not great at it.
So you're basically saying you don't think you're good enough to try to do a miracle today?
I would say no. There's probably Heidi would be better at it than me.
Oh my.
Yeah, I don't think I'm that good of a...
How old were you when you got married?
I'm not living like... What's that?
Are you married?
When did I got married 36.
36. When did you meet your wife?
Yes.
How old were you when you met your wife?
A couple years before that.
34?
Uh-huh.
And what age were you when you became a Christian?
Around 33, 33 to 35.
Is that a coincidence?
No, because I became a Christian and then
was she
I
a
had
Christian?
done a lot of I had done a lot of wasteful life living. And then I didn't, sure. I mean, I was not thinking long term in my life. So yeah, I'm like, okay, now I'm Christian. Now I'm going to get a wife. And now I'm going to
be honest with me, Sid. Between us guys, was your wife a big influence in you becoming a Christian?
No.
No?
No.
Okay. It's just a
that's
coincidence that you became
truly honest.
It's just a coincidence that you got married and became Christian about the same time.
Yeah, I mean, she wouldn't even have dated me if I wasn't already Christian. And I didn't know her. I didn't know her.
Listen, can you repeat what you just said?
After.
You said, didn't you just
I didn't
say...
know her until after.
Okay, so you became a Christian, and then you met her. Is that what you're saying? You tell me the truth, Sid? You don't sound sure.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%.
And how about a different girl? Were you dating before her?
No.
Okay. Well, that's fine. Like
no,
as long as you tell me the truth.
Let me tell you, because you want there to be like suffering in my life as a reason for conversion, right?
Well, either suffering or a good-looking girl. But I guess we eliminated the good-looking girl. So what's the suffering?
Sure. Well, I mean, so from the, when I was around 33 to around 35, I was taking care of my grandparents and my grandfather and my grandmother. Very difficult thing to do is take care of people as they raised me. They were my parents because my mother and father couldn't take care of me. Well, they were dying.
Okay.
And they were like my parents, and so I had to just take care of them as they were dying. And that's
do you think that played a part in your coming to Christianity?
I think it played a part.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, one died before I was a Christian. One died after I was a Christian. But all during that time, like I said, I was reading things. My mind was being changed in different ways.
Well, you were asking yourself the deep questions in life, right? Like death and where do we go after we die?
Yeah, it's like what have I accomplished in my life? Up until this point, being
purpose,
sort of a carefree, purposeless atheist.
See, I think these what you're talking about now, what we're talking about now, I think are the real reasons you're a Christian, not because of the bell curve and historical reliability. I think that's a post hoc excuse that you come up with.
Okay, well, that's unfair because I'm telling you why. I mean, you could believe that, but I'm telling you why.
Okay.
The seeds of the reasoning. You should read The Black Swan. It's a good book. It has nothing to do with Christianity. Super popular book. I'm surprised you hadn't heard of it.
No, I have. But you just caught me out of left field because you were talking about Christianity and now you went to economics. So I thought maybe it was a different Black Swan.
Okay.
But
But
I still don't see any connection other than you're saying, okay, we can see patterns in history and reliability and so forth, but then you're trying to apply that to the Bible, and yet I think your standards are the same as mine. You would not believe people walked on water, rose from the dead just because a book says so. You need more.
Yeah, but the thing is like being a Christian, there is like empirical proof that comes from that. There's like real change. Like, well, there's people. Do people not truly change? I mean, is not a person changing also empirical proof? If they were, before, if their life changed, wouldn't that be empirical proof?
Sid, I think you might have a point here because I remember, I don't read much, but I remember reading about a guy who went to jail. It was like a real scumbag. And he had this really powerful experience in jail, and he gave his life over, and his whole life did a 180. He was radically changed. And so you're saying that because of this radically changed life, that Islam is true?
I mean, there could be elements of Islam that's true. It's not like just because somebody's a Muslim that God hates them, and and that everything's awful about that religion.
You said empirical evidence, the changed life of a human being. Is empirical evidence that Christianity is true, right? Is that what you said?
Yeah, but
You didn't say elements of it is true.
Yeah, all of Christianity is true. Okay, elements of the Muslim religion are true. Elements of other religions are true. Christianity, all true.
Would you agree that you cannot use a transformed life to say Christianity is entirely true?
I'm just offering a bit of empirical evidence. I'm not saying that it should be, the only evidence. But I think
well, hang on.
Is it even no evidence?
Is it any empirical evidence if we can use that same type of evidence to say Islam is true or Christianity is true? Judaism or Hinduism or Buddhism or Taoism. If we can use a radically changed life to say that something is true, then all religions are true.
I say all religions have elements of truth. Christianity has all the truth.
Okay, what
which
makes
is,
give me empirical evidence to say that Christianity is 100% true.
Well, I would say that where these other religions sort of fail is exactly in all the elements where they don't align with Christianity.
Can you provide me some empirical evidence that Christianity is all true? Because I think that's what you claimed.
No, I mean, I think that something like that is not really possible for me to give to you, right? Because obviously all these religions have an element of faith, right? And so...
Okay, hang on. Before we move on to faith, are you now saying that there isn't empirical evidence that Christianity is all true?
No, I did offer some empirical evidence. I can't bridge the faith gap with it.
Hang on. You provided evidence that could be spoken of any religion. Some of that are contradictory to Christianity. Islam,
right, and that would be
is contradictory to Christianity.
In some respects, yes.
In the most important respect, especially if you're a Trinitarian, the most important respect.
That would be, but that's one of those things. They're extreme monotheism.
Sid, you haven't. You're 35. How old are you? 35. You haven't even begun to study what you believe. If you
no, I do know. I do. I know it well. I know it well.
No, I mean, you haven't begun to question it, I guess is what I'm saying. If you say that a changed life shows that Islam is partially true, but yet Christianity is all true, there has to be something else other than a changed life, because Muslims who believe Jesus is not God, and Christianity says Jesus is God, if you're a Trinitarian, is God, they both can't be true. You cannot use a changed life to figure that one out.
But why is this aspect of the Muslim religion as compared to the Christian religion being the fundamental element that makes where there is truth between them, where they do agree, and that thing where they both agree being the thing that changes a person's life? Why is it that their God system is the fundamental element that would make one that kind of totally tears apart this argument?
The God system in Islam and the God system in Christianity are fundamentally opposite. Trinitarian Christianity. The God of Islam is not the same God of Christianity.
No, I would say, especially most Protestant religion is more like.
But I'm getting so bored of this conversation. It's so unbelievably boring because I hate to say this, and you're probably a really nice guy, but the thing is, I've been doing this for so many years, and I can tell you, I'm not lying to you, you haven't even begun to question your faith. I mean, you're not even, the whole idea that you're totally unaware that other religions say things like you do and say that this is why I believe it's true. Maybe you do know it and you're articulating it in a bad way, but you're totally ignorant.
Well, I don't think that's a fair assessment, Doug. call me totally ignorant. I do know how the Muslims view God. I know their
It's deeper
interpretation
than
of the
that.
New Testament.
I'm talking about the epistemology of what you believe. When I ask you, how do you know this is true? When you make the claim that all of Christianity is true, how do you know? And you bring up a transformed life. There are Christians out here who are shaking their heads. Don't say that, Sid. I can guarantee you that there's going to be Christians listening to this on the replay and saying, what a foolish Christian. Don't bring up transformed life because that's what the other guys do.
Your epistemological basis is you want to see a miracle.
Yes.
Yeah. But then the Bible itself in John, tells Lazarus with the rich old man, hey, let me go tell my family that hell is real, so I could warn them. And then Jesus says, well, no, you're not going to tell them because you already had an opportunity to believe with Moses. And you didn't believe then, you're not going to believe now if this person comes back from the dead. And people didn't believe after Lazarus came back.
Okay.
So I don't think your epistemological basis is can be even supported by what the Bible says itself.
In the Gospel of John, Lazarus is raised from the dead. And it says that
it
says in the scriptures that some hard-hearted Jews saw that and followed Jesus because of it. In fact, they were convinced. Some yes, some no, right?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I'm one
but
of
I'm
the
talking
yeses.
about the rich man.
Yes.
The rich man and Lazarus.
Yeah, and that is a parable. It didn't happen in real life. Even Christians admit this. And it's talking about that. See, you know what? I'm glad you brought this up because this is something that I'm guessing you've never heard before. That it's not a coincidence that the Lazarus in that parable is the same name as the Lazarus in the book of John. It's not a coincidence. And what is the parable? What's the main idea of the parable? You don't need miracles. The scriptures are enough. The scriptures are enough. That's the main point of the parable in Luke. Is it Luke? Yeah. But in John, a later gospel, it is Lazarus and a miracle and hard-hearted Jews turning to Christ after seeing that miracle. The author of John is disagreeing with the author of Luke, and they're using the same name, Lazarus, to make their point. In fact, this is a reason why a lot of academics think that there was no real Lazarus. It was a made-up fiction to actually push back against the author of Luke on that Lazarus, that miracles do count for something to change people's minds. Have you ever heard that before?
No, I hear people say things like this, but what gives you a privileged interpretation of Luke and John?
Oh, you said the word privilege. You triggered me. You saying because I'm white?
Yeah, yeah, Doug, you're using your white privilege over here to colonize the Bible or something.
Okay, thanks for coming on, Sid.
All right. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah. What does this guy want?
Hey, Doug, can you hear me?
Yeah, you're the political guy. What are you doing on Theist Thursday?
No. You were trying to get Mr. Deity to talk about politics.
Yeah, he's special, though. You're not special.
Well, okay.
No.
I know.
But did you want to talk politics?
I can talk religion instead. I heard my mic last time. My mic was pretty bad last time. Sorry about that.
Yeah, you were quiet. It's still a little quiet.
Yeah.
I'll turn you up.
Well, I'll try to speak louder.
Okay, talk religion. What do you want to talk about with religion?
I have been debating theists it's funny, you deconverted about when I deconverted, but I'm a little younger than you. And a little bit, maybe like 20 years, let's just say that. And hearing your conversations today, I want to catch up on the first one. I didn't hear the first caller. I caught up when Mr. Deity called in. But the reasoning, the last caller was driving me crazy. Sorry, last caller.
Yeah, not just you.
Well, it's like
this is why I want to quit.
I know. It's because you ever watched the show Heroes a long time ago?
Like black and white heroes? Like
No, it was a show Heroes where people got superpowers randomly.
No, missed that one.
Okay, so really quickly on that, there was this guy on the show who would kind of like he worked on clocks. He's not a clockmaker, but worked on them. And he wanted to know how people ticked, like what made them tick. And I imagine that as you, like you delve into someone's mind and try to break them apart and what would change their mind and how do they work as a person. But you find many people are a broken clock. You look and it's just a mess inside.
Yeah.
And I'll say this, it's also true on politics. So I'll give you that.
Yeah. It's just that
but
I kind of expect someone, I can understand a teenager or even a 20-year-old talking like Sid, but he said he was like in his late 30s.
Yeah.
Or even 40.
Was when he
or even 40.
somewhere.
Like for someone to, when I give reasons for the faith that they have and not even contemplate or quickly have an answer of why, the outsider test for faith should be the first thing that they should think about. They don't have to know it by name or whatever, but they should think that I shouldn't say this out loud because it doesn't work because of this other faith, the same things there. I mean, how do they not know this? Explain this to me.
Okay, I'm gonna try here. You ready? I think that
Because I never used that when I was in my 30s.
True. I think they don't want to say maybe I'm wrong. And what I've heard from a lot of people who say I used to be an atheist is they're saying that they used to have a weaker faith than they have now. I bet if you time traveled and spoke to them, we spoke to that gentleman when he was 33. He'd probably say he's a Christian, but he's growing in his faith. But all of a sudden they have that moment where they're a true Christian, like they really believe. I think a season of doubt is what most people talk about as atheism.
Yeah.
But I don't think in their lives they usually. I might be wrong. There's Cy Gart, who's a scientist. He grew up in an atheist family, so it does happen, but I think it's more rare.
Yeah. He became a Christian from driving his car, listening to music or something, and thinking he had a vision or something. It's crazy.
Oh, did he?
Yeah. I've interviewed him.
He didn't see a waterfall in 3 parts?
No, that's you're thinking of what's his name?
Or his wife wasn't a Christian?
Yeah, that's Lee Strobel, but there's the Genome Project author, what's his name?
Yeah.
He saw the waterfall in 3 parts.
It's a sir, isn't he? He's British, right?
No.
I think. No, I'm thinking of someone else.
Francis Collins.
Well,
thank you, Martin.
Collins,
yeah. Anyhow, I'll let you go.
Okay, good talking to you, Doug.
See ya. How long have I been going? Almost 3 hours. There's a new person here. No, sorry. Heidi, I've already spoken to you a day ago. I think we'll call it a day. I can't bear to listen to Heidi. I just don't know what to do at this point. It's almost like I got all the videos out there. People just watch them, and there's people do a better job than I do. Is it just the fact that I'm tired? I don't know, like today. But it's not only that. I'm tired of the. I'm tired of people hearing a question and not be able to answer in 10 seconds. An answer to my question. Like, it's very rare for people to ask me a question and I not just answer. Why can't they be like me? Why can't more people be just like me? I don't get it. We never bought Halloween candy, so I don't have any. We lock the doors, turn off the lights, and when kids knock on the doors, go away. This is an atheist house. We hate kids. We eat kids here. That was for Heidi. But I'm serious, like, I actually think this is maybe why Matt Dillahunty is going insane. The same problem I'm bringing up. I'm not saying he's insane, but it's like, do you just give up on humanity that they can't reason or just think or just answer? Maybe my problem is I'm too sequential. I don't know. And people's thoughts like to go like all over the place. We need to train an AI. Yeah, my last video, I actually AI'd myself. Because it's too much work to actually turn on your computer and turn on your mic and actually read a script. It's easier just to clone your voice and have it on file and then just make yourself say whatever you want. People understand more than they can articulate. Yeah, you could be right, Justin. And it could be just the fact that they're nervous or on camera or whatever. Or that they just don't want to look bad. But what is the best way to have people realize that they need to really answer the question asked of them? Like Moses did the same thing when he was on. When you remember the 2-plate thing, which plate would you choose? There's this fear of looking bad. There's this fear of being trapped. There's this fear of being wrong that has to go away in society. We have to be less human, because I know that's a human trait, but we have to learn how to be less human and just say, I don't care if I look bad here or stupid. I'm going to answer the question asked. And if that makes me look bad, so be it. And if all the people in the world who should be able to do that, it should be strong Christians, right? Who have the truth on their side. But no, I have to suffer through I have to suffer through being patient and pretending to care about all the stuff they're talking about that has nothing to do with what I'm asking them. Or I can become just like Matt Dillahunty and hang up on them and swear. It probably feels better. That's probably why he does it. Yeah, if he answers the question directly, an angel gets his wings. That's why we have apologetics to answer some of your questions, Doug. Big Max, if apologetics actually did that, actually answered the questions asked, instead of doing some type of philosophical runaround or I don't know what, bloviation, I would appreciate apologetics. Like, in fact, I do appreciate some versions of apologetics. And you know, can you guess which version I appreciate? I appreciate presuppositional apologetics. They do not fart around like other Christians do. Like, if I ask the question, why do you believe the Bible's all true? Like I asked Sid. They would say divine revelation and the impossibility of the contrary. Done. They will actually answer in 5 seconds or less. Well, how do you know it's revelation? Or true revelation? Well, it's because God has revealed to me in the way that I can be certain. Done. We presuppose it's true. Done. Well, what if I presuppose my worldview is true and it's contrary to yours? Yours is wrong and ours is right. Done. Like, it sounds stupid, of course, but at least they answer the questions directly without blabbing for like hours and hours. I'm an atheist. No, you're not. You're deceiving yourself. You're in your unrighteousness. Done. I kind of appreciate that. They just call me a liar to my face, and it's done. Can you take me on? I want to ask if you would take a seminary student in your call today. Does the seminary student want to talk to me? Okay, I'm back on Whereby. Oh, and Arthur's here too. Arthur, hang on. Okay, Diego, you got a seminary student for me?
Yes. Hello. How are you doing?
Hi. Doing better now that you're here.
If you want, I can hear you.
You can't hear me?
I can hear you now.
Okay.
So people today was really bad.
Yeah.
So I want to ask you if
is he here?
No. But I want to ask you because he's from Australia. He has a little small channel. But I want to know if you are willing to take the call.
Of course.
It will be like 8 a.m. but on Friday.
Oh, 6 a.m. Friday, my time?
Oh, 7 a.m. Yes, because he is in Australia.
No, I won't take his call.
Any
That
other
early.
time?
If it's like the earliest I'll go is 10 a.m. because I got to do stuff way before then. So.
All right.
Yeah, let him know 10 a.m.
Hopefully I can talk to him to do
tomorrow,
that,
right?
Time frame. I have to ask if he can tomorrow, but
Okay.
first I want to ask you if you are willing to.
Yeah, I'm
So,
willing to,
you
but
have a-
10 a.m. Sorry, that's I'm now in Arizona time. 10 a.m. Arizona time, so you can Google it what that is for him.
All right.
Okay, thanks, Diego.
I will send you an email if he agrees, so you don't have to waste time.
Sounds
it is
good.
Fine for you.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I'm glad I came back to Whereby because here I find Arthur.
Hey, what's up?
I'm glad you came because the Christians are driving me insane, Arthur.
Well, I got to complain about atheists, so they've been driving me insane today since morning.
Okay, you go first. You complain about atheists.
Yeah, I know you tried to have me on earlier, but I was. It is what it is. Look, so I put up this video, having a conversation with a guy named Sean. I think he's been on your channel. He's been on mine. Sean's a cool dude. And one of the things is that we were talking about like whether we take the Bible literally, and I made a little short from that, and I posted that short, and it's done pretty decent. So it did okay initially, and then today in the morning kind of got a boost. So it's got 6,000 views.
Okay.
And unbelievers keep commenting on it and saying stuff like, I'm being arbitrary in the way I read the Bible. Because in the video, I should say, I said, I don't take the Bible literally, I take it literarily. And that I take it based on the genre, study of the genre, X, Y, and Z. And people just keep commenting and saying...
It's a short, you said, right?
What? It's a short, yeah. If you want to pull it up, it's. I think it might be my most recent short, if I'm not mistaken. It says,
"Yeah, let's watch it.
Take the Bible literally."
Okay, yeah, I got it here. You won't be able to hear it,
So
but
you don't take
you
the
know what
Bible-
you said.
That's fine.
So I'll play it here for everybody else.
Yeah, you play it.
And then you can do a YouTube copyright strike on me later. Okay, here we go.
Literally.
I take the Bible literarily.
What does that mean, sir?
That means I take it within its literary context. So those things that are those things that are meant to be taken literally, I take literally. And those things that aren't meant to be taken literally, I don't take literally.
And Adam and Eve, you don't take literally?
I take Adam and Eve literally. That's my personal opinion. What I'm saying is there are Christians who don't, and they're still Christians.
Okay. Are they going to heaven then?
Yes, they're Christians.
So you don't take the Bible literally?
I take the...
Okay, and so what is the flack you're getting from atheists from that?
Okay, so they keep commenting and accusing me of being biased and picking and choosing and things of that sort. So, I mean, I can read a number of the comments, but...
Well, you are picking and choosing, but you might just have good reasons.
Hang on. You read literature quite a bit.
Well,
right? I assume.
Well, to die, to sleep, perchance.
Well, how do you know what you're reading?
This...
This is such a not a non-negotiable. This is such a simple thing that nobody really debates it. That the Bible has multiple genres in it, and we have a pretty good understanding in regards to the scholarship of it.
Right. But
let me the literature is that we're reading.
Let me steelman the atheists who might be coming across crass and brass and all that sort of thing.
Well, it's not just crass and brass, it's uneducated and uninformed.
What they might be saying is this. Let's take the steelman view, that in some cases it's not clear what the literary genre is.
That's fine.
And so
I'm cool with that.
Okay.
But if they said that, then we can have that debate, and I'd say, well, cool. We can sit there. Let's just come up with a recent conversation in the Christian community in regards to Bill Craig and his Historical Adam book, in which he goes out and he speaks about the first 11 chapters of Genesis being mytho-history.
Mm-hmm.
There's a legitimate debate within the Christian community as to what this genre is, right? Whether it's mytho-history, whether it's not. Scholars have used different terms to refer to it. That is fine, but that's not what they're saying. They're coming at it for, and you guys see this, and I see this from the Christian side quite a bit. Just like really, really ignorant statements, right? But I see quite a bit of it from the atheist side. And the problem is that they think they're actually smart and educated.
Oh, well, yeah, you got to let that idea go. Like 95% of people on the internet are
But that's the thing that really annoys me, is that they actually think they're way more informed on the subject than I am.
Oh, yeah, I get it from even my own side. Atheists, they just assume things about me and say stupid things. And but I'm going through your comments now. So far, I'm not seeing anything that bad.
No, it's not like they're not being mean to me. I don't care. I got thick skin for that. I don't care if somebody is mean in that sense. It's the comments of, well, you really don't know. Oh, here's a comment this guy put up. He wrote, I make up the rules when it suits my position and I'm aggressively regarded. And it's like, quotation marks. Like, brother, I haven't said anything that any atheist scholar of the Bible would disagree with.
Okay, I can help you with
like
this.
That comment. Go for it.
It's going to happen, and it's going to get worse as you get older, and then nothing's ever going to change. And you need to accept it and move on.
Yeah, the issue is, and I guess I don't know whether a vast majority of your viewers are atheists or not.
Yeah, they are.
I assume that the live viewers right now, there's quite a bit of atheists out there. Look, let me tell you guys something. If you guys want to have legitimate conversations, like Doug and I have had a number of conversations together. I think they've been cordial, friendly, challenging. At least they've been to me. I hope they've been towards Doug. Maybe I've said some stuff that he has never heard. Maybe not. Maybe he's heard every single thing I've said. He's just like got that kind of experience on me. I'm cool with that. Okay.
You know what we should do?
Please don't.
I just had a brilliant idea. Let's you and I model the behavior we desire in the opposite worldview. So with your video, that short that we just played, I'm going to play the role of the typical atheist, and I'm going to say something, and you tell me if this is what you would want to hear. So,
sure.
If I'm interpreting this video correctly, are you saying that that there are multiple genres and it's easy to figure out which genre is which?
No, I wouldn't necessarily say it's easy. It gets easier the more you study a certain genre of script of literature. Not necessarily just the Bible.
So are you saying
literature generally speaking?
So are you saying then that two reasonable people can disagree on the genre of the Bible in a certain area?
Yes, but it's not that every part of the Bible is up for debate in regards to genre. As a matter of fact, vast majority of it is not.
Okay, so you're saying that there's a huge consensus of people who agree on the genre, and you read the genre appropriately for what it is. So if it's historical, it's history. If it's poetry, it's poetry. If it's parable, it's parable. That sort of thing.
Correct. And and this is not an issue of inspiration, of revelation. This has no, or if God was involved in the writing of it. It has nothing to do with any of those subjects. This just has to do with the literature we're reading.
And you're not saying this is just this subjective. If it suits me, I'll do it. If it doesn't suit me, I won't. It's you have good reasons to choose the genres.
Correct.
Okay. And you're not saying that Christians can disagree on these genres and it's not a salvation issue.
At times, Christians can disagree on the genre, and it is a salvation issue.
Okay.
And my point in that video, in that short, was that it's not a salvation issue. Even if I were to disagree with those people, right, it's not a salvation issue. So if Bill Craig thinks that Adam and Eve were these pre-ancestral humanoids from, I think the dating he gives is 500,000 years ago or 750,000 years ago, something like that. They're just genetic ancestors.
Yeah.
In the way I might disagree with Bill Craig on that. Okay, now again, he's studied this a lot more than I have. Maybe he's just way better at it. It doesn't matter. I could be just an ignorant buffoon just disagreeing with Bill Craig. That doesn't mean I would stand there and say Bill Craig's not a Christian or he's not saved. Francis Collins believes in theistic evolution.
Yep.
I think he's a Christian and I think he's saved.
Yeah. Here's one major pushback I would place on that video, not directly, but what it's getting at. And that is, you made the comment earlier that there's a consensus on the genre of a lot of parts of the Bible. And I would push back on that on the most important part, and that is the resurrection. What is the genre of all the resurrection stories? Because I would say the consensus of at least secularists and even people of other religions, this is not history. But you would say it is.
Well, it's history the way the Romans wrote history.
Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah, go read Herodotus. Would you think Herodotus is history?
It depends on what is in it. See, but
but generally speaking, hang on. Generally speaking, Herodotus's writings, you don't walk into some kind of a history classroom or whatever and go to and say, oh, Herodotus, all that stuff. No, it fits in the genre of myth.
But would you agree that in the way the ancients wrote history in quotes, that there's a lot of sometimes fiction contained within it?
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that general statement.
Okay.
I wouldn't necessarily say that's what's going on in the New Testament, clearly.
Excellent, because that's what was my next question. Do you think that...
Yeah, so here, I'll just give up maybe something that's of substance to in regards to people, maybe it might inform them. So amongst theologians, Christians, there's a disagreement as to the resurrection accounts, post-resurrection of Jesus. Of these people coming up from the graves and going into Jerusalem and
Matthew
so on
27.
Right? Yeah. So some people say, well, no, that historically happened. It reads a part of the Gospels aren't necessarily biographies, but the Gospels. Some scholars will just call them their own genre. And so they go, no, it literally happened. Seems like that's the way it's being written. And then some people look at it and they go, hang on here. There is apocalyptic literature contained within the Gospels. So the Gospels would be their own genre, say they're like a historical narrative / biography, but portions of them have apocalyptic literature. But how do we know that? Well, look at all the woe statements that are apocalyptic in nature. You compare it to post-biblical literature, apocalyptic literature. You look at biblical literature. Correct, they're apocalyptic. That's exactly the point. So if Jesus made woe statements and the writers of the Gospels are familiar with these things, and they're putting in apocalyptic literature within their texts. Now you got a text that is one genre that has subgenres. But again, this isn't like beyond conception, considering that parables are a different genre that are contained within the Gospels. And the Gospel is telling stories of a certain sort in a sort of way, right? Because they rearrange the stories.
But why couldn't the Gospels as a whole be like that? Because, like, I understand the woe is this, woe this.
Yeah.
Like Dominic Crossan will make this point that the Gospels as a whole is one big metaphor, a story. That Jesus, the resurrection is a metaphor.
Correct. So maybe a response to this would be, to Dominic Crossan, is who has read it that way, especially the closest audience to those texts, historically closest audience. Were there people running around and saying, yeah, you know, the purpose of this and the way it was meant to be read was this way? Complete allegory.
I think there is some evidence
or something like that.
Yes. That's how.
I'm not saying there isn't evidence. Yeah, I wouldn't disagree that there's evidence, and then seeing whether these conversations, what the nature of these conversations were, who was having them,
like I think
why
the
they
whole
were saying
Thomas
what
story,
they were saying,
like the putting of the fingers in the holes. I think that was written in Gospel of John and not in the Gospel of Matthew or Luke, because people were starting to read the Gospel and say, well, wait a minute, this really, a guy rose from the dead and walked around for 40 days, really? Oh yeah, they've got, and the author of the Gospel of John purposely put the Thomas story in there, which is a fairly significant story.
Correct.
To address that doubt in Christians.
So why are you saying that the audience that Matthew's writing to wasn't asking those questions? Because I think the audience Matthew was writing to would have had a more serious question.
I'm saying they were asking those types of questions, but it was the author of John who finally got around to addressing it.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah. That doesn't in some way destroy the historicity of it.
And same with the guard thing. Like if Jesus rose from the dead and there was guards there, but Mark doesn't talk about it. Matthew stuck it in.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean those things historically didn't happen.
Well, of course, you can never say that for sure, but you can now start to question, were these things inserted as an act of convenience? But hang on. Let's say there's an accident.
Let's just say there's a car accident.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then your initial report of the car accident might be a certain way, correct?
Yeah.
And you don't include certain things in there. But as you go through the process of being questioned, lawyers get involved, and they're asking sorts of questions that you didn't include in your initial analysis, and you start including those other things that you didn't include in the initial analysis, doesn't mean those things didn't happen. They just become a necessarily byproduct of the questions that are being asked now.
Okay, I love this. Imagine a car accident, head-on collision. And then after the head-on collision, and that people witness, and after the head-on collision, you see a lot of people injured and bloody or whatever. But then you see one person unscathed that comes out of the car, and not only comes out of the car, but rises above the car, floating and hovering above it. Okay?
Okay.
And then the police officers come and take statements from people. Would you expect anybody to leave out an important detail like one person came out of the car unscathed and actually floated above the car wreck? Nobody would leave that out. So my point with this is to say that there's some really important things in the Gospels that is in John, for example, that you won't see in Mark, the first Gospel. Like Jesus making some really big claims about himself, being the Lamb of God, When you look at God, you see me.
Jesus makes, I think Jesus makes humongous claims about himself in the other Gospels. The problem is that the sort of stuff we focus on, so say like the Logos stuff that happens in John that doesn't happen in the other ones, is that we're the audience that is asking or aware of what Jesus is saying is different. So if the predominant Jewish audience that is reading Mark or Matthew and seeing Jesus' statements about being the Son of Man that will come back on come back on the clouds, it understands the nature of Jesus' statements as to what he is claiming to be, if they're aware of, say, the book of Daniel. Regardless of if that's true or not, Doug, that's a secondary question, whether Jesus ever said that, whatever. The gospel authors, even if they're just making this stuff up, are putting in the mouth of Jesus statements that their contemporary audience would have known are intense statements. So you can reject the whole thing, whatever.
Well, I reject that even by the time, let's say, even John, even Luke is written, I would say probably 80 to 90% of the people who would know that it's not true were already dead.
That's fine. I think that fits into your narrative. You want it to be that way.
No. Why do you say that?
Yeah.
Don't assume that.
Why do I say that? Because there's counter arguments to those statements that are very rational and completely fine to hold to. Where we don't have to believe everyone was dead.
Remember when we were talking about genre? You appeal to consensus. I'm appealing to consensus as well on this.
Okay, so the
consensus of what I'm saying is true.
So the 1 Corinthians 15 hymn.
No, I'm saying Gospels. Paul's different.
I know, but hang on. The 1 Corinthians 15 hymn has to do with Jesus dying and resurrecting from the dead.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So someone like Bart Ehrman thinks that was written that was written latest probably 2 years after the resurrection, or the acclaimed resurrection.
Yeah.
That's not enough time for everybody to be dead.
Well, no, hang on. That's not true. What you said is false.
Why?
He says it, the saying that it's almost like
the song
creed. It's a creed. You said
Correct.
1 Corinthians 15,
hymn.
right? The creed goes back to 2 years, he says. Not that it was actually written down.
That's fine. It was sung. It was whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. Yeah.
So no,
what I'm saying is
there's
that
a huge difference in that.
That's fine. I'll take that.
Okay.
So if it's 2 years, Christians are reciting a creed. I mean, creed is a lot stronger than just writing something down, because to write something in a creedal form means this is a confession of faith. If they're reading it because sometimes that's categorized as a creed or / hymn.
Yeah.
If it's a creed, if it's a hymn they're singing in their churches, that means these people believe that Jesus died and resurrected from the dead physically.
Well, hang on.
And salvation is in that. And that's very, very early.
But read the creed carefully. It might not mean what you think it means. Does it mean that Jesus died and rose from the dead in bodily form? Does 1 Corinthians 15 actually say that?
Hang on here.
I have it here.
Okay, why don't you read it?
Brothers and sisters, I will remind you of the gospel. Gospel you saved. Okay, the creed actually starts verse 3, I think. For what I received, I passed on to you as first importance, that Christ died for our sins according to the scriptures, that he was buried, and that he was raised the third day according to the scriptures, and that he appeared to Peter and then to the 12, and that he appeared more than 500 and brothers and sisters at the same time, most of whom are still living, and some have fallen asleep. Then he appeared to James, then all the apostles, and last of all, he appeared to me also. Okay, so he's appealing.
Okay, so let's put aside Paul's statements about his commentary on there. So let's just look at the creed. The creed is what I received, I also passed on to you. So this is something that predates Paul, is what he's trying to say.
Yes, I agree.
Okay. And which is that? He says that Christ died for our sins according to the scriptures. So he backs it up with, hey, this is according to the Old Testament. He was buried, which implies a physical death, that he was buried.
But not just, well, not applies it. It downright says it, that he died.
Yeah. He died. He was buried.
Okay, now, but hang on.
And was raised on the third day according to the scriptures.
I just want to say this. Buried is different than being placed in a tomb.
Buried is different than being placed in a tomb? Why?
Yes.
Unless the only way you buried people was by placing them in tombs.
You don't think people were put in the ground?
I don't know how much of that was a Jewish practice of putting people into the ground rather than into tombs. But hang on 1 second here. Let me.
But I don't know.
Let me.
Like when the translators translated this.
Hang on, that's what I'm looking at right now.
Yeah. The reason why, for the people, while he's looking that up, the reason why we're even talking about this is because of the apologetic that if this was a lie, if this was not true, people of that time could have told you so. And so there's many things to be said about this apologetic.
Yeah, but that's not even the point I'm arguing.
Oh,
like, frankly,
I thought that's the point you were arguing.
Oh no, I'm not even talking about. That's why I said let's leave Paul's statement about most of those people are still alive aside.
What's the point
I'm talking about the point I'm making is that this was a belief that the very, very early church had before all those people passed away because of your dating of the Gospels to be later.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
But the point was that I said that they were inserting these things at a convenience to help solve certain questions, doubts that people were having, like Jesus actually walking and talking with people, eating bread with people, and so forth. And what I was going to get at with 1 Corinthians 15, I agree with you, was a belief very early on. But all it says here in the creed is that he appeared to people.
Yeah. The Greek word for buried, by the way, is thopto, which just means to bury.
Okay, so and to me that means that's different than placing in a tomb, but that's irrelevant. I mean, it's not irrelevant, but it's not really that important. My important point is that all the stuff we read in the Gospels is absent here about Jesus appearing to people on the road to Galilee or eating fish or whatever for 40 days. It's all not here.
Why would it be there? It's a song.
I know.
It's a hymn. It's like. Do you write your poetry like that, or do you write like whether you write poetry or not? I'm just assuming Doug writes poetry.
Right. So, but that's my point. Like, it's a song that you really don't know the details, and an important detail here is, what does appeared mean?
Look, the only person that I know that's argued for this appearance being a vision or something like that is Gert Ludemann. I think he fails the Greek test. Given the historical backdrop to this, in regards to people already believing that he physically died, because it says he died, was buried, rose, and appeared contextually. You can't believe he physically died, he physically rose from the dead, but he non-physically appeared to people. That's weird.
This just came out yesterday, I think. This is the Pew poll results asking people if they've seen dead relatives. And they put it in two categories, in dreams and other than dreams. And they didn't go into specifics of what that means. But some of it, I think, is sensory, like hear, see, feel, touch. So would you say that 46% of U.S. adults, dead people have appeared to them?
What about them?
Because this is what the poll says. The poll says that they've asked people, and 46%, actually it's 53, if you combine both forms, 53% of all U.S. adults, if this is a representative sample, say that dead people have appeared to them. Now, when you
correct,
does that mean that they physically, actually, their bodies were in front of them?
No, I think you're making a categorical fallacy here. You're taking what we're reading in the texts, we're taking whatever these people would have believed about Jesus and their religion and put into creedal form about his death, burial, resurrection, and appearances. And then you're joining that with a poll that they've taken in the United States. if we wanted to do kind of an accurate, more that's for our purposes, kind of the way you're bringing it up, it would have made more sense for them to ask the people whether they've seen these individuals come back from the dead rather than appear.
Right, exactly.
Because that could mean,
that's my point.
Yeah, so they've had dreams and
that.
stuff.
So the creed in 1 Corinthians 15 doesn't actually tell you that Jesus, in physical body form, appeared to these people.
Why would it need to tell you when it just told you he's physically died, buried, and resurrected? Do you understand? I hope I'm making sense here.
Okay.
That it when you write a sentence and within that sentence you're implying certain things to be the case.
All these people.
You don't need to clarify this
all
other
these
word.
people that were pulled in the United States, these people actually died, were buried, and appeared to them.
But they did not have a belief that they came back from the dead according to the scriptures.
How do you know that?
Because it says, and on the third day
not
he
according
was
to the scriptures,
raised.
but these
I know,
people
but
would say
the
that
text
they
in 1
did come back from
Corinthians-
the dead, Arthur.
But hang on, in 1 Corinthians, it doesn't say that Christ died for our sins according to the scriptures, that he was buried according to the scriptures, and he appeared according to the scriptures.
Yeah.
I would agree with you to a certain extent if it said that, but it doesn't. It says he was buried, that he was raised on the third day. That resurrection language, that raised language, that out of time resurrection taking place implies a physical resurrection. It's not just an appearing, because these people were, again, aware in their literature of visions of visions or dreams happening. Right? I mean, you see this in even Acts 2, that the Holy Spirit will come upon your children. They will see visions and dreams, X, Y, and Z.
I understand what you're saying, Arthur. You're basically
Daniel
saying,
had visions.
You're
They
basically
would have
saying
just
the
said
difference
vision.
between 1 Corinthians 15 and this is it's not in creedal form.
The difference is that none of these people in this poll believe that these individuals were raised from the dead.
How do you know? I would disagree with you.
Because all it is about an appearance experience they had.
And all 1 Corinthians 15 is all about an appearance, resurrection.
It's
appearance.
not. It's not, because it has the raised language in there. And this
So-
is something they were confessing in their churches.
If someone is dead and appears to a U.S. adult tomorrow, like it was one of the 53% who has some type of experience of their dead loved one.
Yeah, it depends on the nature of the raised.
Couldn't they technically say that their loved one was raised from the dead?
No.
Why not?
No, they wouldn't be able to.
They were put down
Because that's
into
not
the
what we're
ground.
talking about.
They were buried. Why couldn't they say, as a colloquial
Because
way
the
of saying
tomb
it,
was empty. Because there was an
they're
empty
great-
tomb.
Okay. Yeah.
You are disjointing and disconnecting these people's previously held beliefs for them to believe in this religion where they have this creed. It's very interesting to me that the way you're arguing for this is in no way the way that someone like a Bart Ehrman would argue for it.
How so?
Because he still thinks the tomb is empty for various reasons. We'll give him credence to
Bart
that.
Ehrman doesn't believe there was a tomb. He used to, not anymore.
Sure, they threw him in the trash. That's fine.
Yeah.
That he doesn't view this as some kind of a vision / dream sort of experience that these people had or even claimed to have had. The belief for the early Christians wasn't, hey, we believe Jesus died for our sins, was buried for our sins, and then appeared for our sins.
Okay, we're talking about what actually has happened versus the belief of what has happened. That's what you're getting at.
Correct. Yeah. I mean, whether the truthfulness, the true nature of the actual thing,
okay,
versus what they believed about the thing is different.
Okay. Yeah, I see what you're saying now. I would say though that the text itself actually doesn't say what you think it says.
No, I get what you're saying, and like I said, there's only one scholar I'm aware of that argues for a complete like hallucination sort of thing, which is the direction you're going into. That this is maybe not a hallucination, but it was an experience that they had where they said he appeared, and that's the kind of language they were using.
I think it's a Pentecostal type experience.
Yeah, I just think that contextually speaking, if the word raised wasn't dead, you would have a case.
If the word raised wasn't in there?
Yeah. If it was, he died for our sins, he was buried for our sins, and he appeared for our sins, I think you would have a case.
What if
the fact that raised is there, I think it destroys your case.
Well, couldn't it be very easily just been the theology of Christianity was starting to be derived in the first couple years after Jesus died.
Mm-hmm.
And they put in this whole idea of Jesus being raised in the third day to fit nicely with, let's say, the Jonah prophecies, or parallels, and some other parallels in the Old Testament. So as they're kind of massaging the text, the creed, coming up with it, they're using Old Testament texts to come up with this language, the third day, raising, because Jews at the time had this idea, and they still have today, that there will be a final resurrection, and Jesus was the first one to do it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but which is a weird theological position to come to when you only think that the final resurrection is going to happen at the end of the world.
Well, they're trying to make sense of how the charismatic leader is now dead. And
an easier one would have been that we just had a vision of him.
And I think one or two of them did.
No, what I'm saying is that it would have been a lot easier for them to say the resurrection is still going to happen at the end. And the teaching would have been that we just had these visions of him. It's sort of like the Jehovah's Witnesses teaching that Jesus came back in 1914.
And I don't even care what Bart Ehrman says. I'm not convinced, because we don't have a time machine. I'm not convinced that what you're saying is right. That if we were to have a time machine and go back to year 2 after Jesus' death, and you poll people, do you believe, from your understanding of the creed, do you actually view Jesus as being raised bodily? And have them answer that question. I'm not convinced you would get over 50% saying yes.
Well, that's conjecture on your part.
Of course.
It's like pure conjecture.
Because the text actually doesn't say.
No, the text actually, like if you read something like 1 John, right? John's entire argument is, we ate with him, we saw him, we touched him, we felt him. Every single one of the things he makes an appeal to is to go against the Docetist pre-Gnostic ideology that Jesus did not rise from the dead.
That's why it was written.
Physically, because, but they didn't argue he didn't rise from the dead physically. They didn't even think he came physically. Right? Like, if we're going to take it, you got to take the whole bag.
That's a
so
good point.
Because they don't think a divine God. So why are these Christians so adamantly arguing against individuals who have a belief that Jesus didn't rise physically?
I think
sticking to their guns and saying, no, he did. He came physically, he died physically, he resurrected physically. Why is that so important to these guys?
I think because it evolved over time. Like, there's how many years between John and Paul? 60? 50? For at least 40.
Well, if First Corinthians is written in the, let's just say, in the mid-50s AD.
Yeah. And John's written 90s.
That's a later dating. I'm not necessarily...
Even 80s.
I don't buy into those datings, but that's fine.
Yeah, I think the theology of Jesus' resurrection, what it actually meant, what it was, evolved over time. Like, do you think,
I wouldn't necessarily look. I wouldn't say the theology evolved. I would say the explanations of the theology. There's better articulations of the theology. I think the theology is
God was high with Paul, went down with Mark, went down with Matthew, then kind of went back up high with John.
Yeah, but Doug, you're assuming all of these guys are trying to make the same point. That's why, based on you thinking they're making the same point, you come to those conclusions that there's an elevation and it goes up and down and all that stuff. What you need to change is the points they're trying to make, and then the rest will fall into place.
I want to tie this back to the genre, because this is the first thing we talked about.
Mm-hmm.
How do you tell?
And I gotta go live at 2 as well, so I want to give myself like 10 minutes. So
okay,
let's finish this up.
If you and I worked at a library, and it was our job to shelve the books. How would we, and we couldn't use the author's name or the book titles. We just had to use the actual text found within the book. How would you figure out which book goes in the history section and which book goes in the fiction section? What markers would you look for?
How well trained are we in literature?
We're very well trained.
That it wouldn't be an issue for us.
Okay, but tell the audience here what things you would look for to say something.
Yeah, so like if I'm looking at poetry, I think poetry is the easiest thing to probably spot in the Bible.
There's no poetry. It's either fiction or nonfiction, and we're not counting poetry.
Yeah, so nonfiction, fiction generally is going to have poetic elements to it. It depends on the sort of it depends on the sort of fiction we're looking at.
Okay.
So like I said, so a genre we just discussed was apocalyptic literature. And again, there's apocalyptic literature outside of the Bible, and there's quite a bit of it. As a matter of fact, there's probably more of it outside the Bible than there's inside the Bible.
So you did say within fiction you'll have some poetic elements. Anything else? How would you
correct?
How would you tell something's fiction?
So there's poetic elements. I think there's quite a bit of use of symbolism.
Use of symbolism.
Literary devices, similes, metaphors, things of those sort. It would lead me in those directions where I would say, hey, are we going to put this in rather than just like a straight out retelling? Again, but that I'm going to let you make your point, and then I'll comment on it.
Okay, my point is you're missing the biggest one. Fantastical claims. So
okay.
So for example, if you come home from work and you sit on the couch, you turn on the TV, and you see animals talking to each other and people flying in the air, giant monsters crushing Empire State Buildings, and I ask you, are you watching HBO or are you watching CNN? You'd say, I'm watching HBO, I'm watching a movie. You're not watching actual footage of real life events. Fantastical ideas and claims.
Yeah.
Would you agree with that?
To a certain extent, yeah. Unless I had a third category to put these things in.
So when I asked you, how would you recognize fiction? You said poetic elements.
Sure.
The New Testament and Gospels have that. You said use of symbolism. The New Testament Gospel has that. You said literary devices. You said New Testament Gospels have that. Fantastical claims. New Testament Gospels have that. Everything in the Gospels that you use as markers, you yourself, points to fiction.
Yeah, so I wouldn't even put the Gospels in the historical section. Let me just say that. And neither would a lot of New Testament scholars, even very conservative ones. I made this statement earlier on. I told you guys, and I told you that people don't necessarily see the Gospels as biographies. That some scholars even just consider them to be their own genre. They just call them Gospels. Now let me ask you this question: do you think Herodotus's writings should be put into that historical section?
I'm not familiar enough with his writings.
Okay, so Herodotus is the historian of the ancient world that we have, and the guy has fantastical claims in his writings.
Okay,
so how can we put that in the history section?
You're saying there could be a certain percentage that is history and a certain percentage that is fiction, but overall it should be in a certain section.
Yeah, again, like I said, I think
that's a fair
point. Just to put the Gospels in a historical biography section, I would disagree with that. It's complex literature, and I'm okay with it being complex literature, and I'm okay with struggling through it and then saying, oh, look, how many % of Jesus' statements, say in Matthew, are parables? And what should that be? Well, we're not judging it based on the parables. We're judging it by Jesus actually saying these parables. So I think the historical event is Jesus speaking, and these parables are spoken.
But I want you to be honest with me. But, you find a historian from the 1st century, 2nd century, whatever, and in it says that a woman was impregnated by a snake. In the
early 1st century, they would have seen this as history.
Okay, that you're saying would be put in the history section, but now let me ask you this. is it more likely or not that this actually happened in the past? Would you say this actually happened in the past? Would you say this is actual history?
Which one?
A woman impregnating, a snake impregnating a woman.
Well, look, like generally speaking, if a statement like that is just made in midair, yeah, I don't.
Let's say it presents
just
itself.
Go, sure, why
let's
not?
say it presents itself as history, like it actually happened.
Okay, because we're having a genre conversation, my response to that would be the people who make that claim are making it, again, depending on what's around it contextually, literature-wise, are making it in a historical sense. At the very least, they believe that it happened historically.
Do you
unless
believe
I
it
have
happened
evidence
historically?
around it. Hang on. Unless around that text, there is enough literature to suggest to me that they were taking it to be more of a symbolic kind of experiential sort of thing.
Yeah,
like
I'm saying
Pentecostal
that
sort of thing you're saying.
I'm saying that it presents itself as history. A snake crawls into a woman's vagina and impregnates her.
Yeah.
And would you say that this is likely to have happened in the past or not likely to have happened in the past?
Yeah, I wouldn't immediately believe that. But the conversation about genres has nothing to do whether I believe something to be the case or not. It has to do with whether a certain piece of literature is what we're saying it is.
Okay, but I'm going deeper.
Who cares?
I'm saying usually when you go into the genre of the history section versus, let's say, the poetry section or the fictional section, you would expect at least a lot of things that actually happened in the past in the history section of the library, right? That's reasonable to say. Now, sure, there might be some elements, some passages in a history book that you and I would clearly not believe happened in the past, but it's still in there.
Or there could be poetic retellings of an actual historical event.
Right, exactly. And so
that would fit into, but that wouldn't fit into the history section. It would fit into the poetry section.
So would you agree with me that just because, even if a Christian says that we should look at this as ancient Roman biography of the Gospels, that still could mean that Jesus' resurrection is fiction? In fact,
could it mean?
Yeah. In fact, what it would be like that Plutarch or Josephus talking about a fantastical claim. It's still in the history section, but he's talking about something that probably didn't happen in the past.
Well, again, when you ask me a question like, could something mean that? That's a probability question.
Yes.
In my mind.
Yes. Now, what's more probable to you?
Considering all the evidences that I have within the text themselves, within the first couple of centuries, the people agreeing or rejecting whatever's going on, I would say it's probably not the case that this is made up or poetic or fictional.
So you think it's more likely that a man actually rose from the dead, walked on water?
No, I'm saying it's, okay, hang on, we got to get our claims. What I'm saying is it's more likely that the people who actually said this believe that this actually happened.
Okay, but I'm not talking about the people.
That's a very different conversation as to whether I think it's more likely. Arthur thinks it's more likely whether a person can come back from the dead or not, or is made
right,
up.
But I'm asking you this question. Do you personally think it's more likely that a man rose from the dead, walked on water, multiplied the loaves and fishes, or that is some type of fiction, a greater good fiction or whatever, which is more likely to you?
No, I don't think it's, look, let me just simplify this for folks and for us, because I got to go. I don't think it's more likely. And that's why I think it's a miracle. That's why I think stuff like this doesn't happen. That's why I think it's an act of God. I don't think that, like, if it was more likely, then I'd be like, cool, like this is.
But you don't believe all
just
miracles,
normal part.
all miracle claims.
Do I believe all miracle claims?
Yeah.
No, I don't believe all miracle claims.
Okay, this is a miracle claim.
Correct.
Why do you believe it?
And I think in my analysis and study, I think this is a miracle claim that I'm rational and consistent enough to believe in.
See, but this is the thing. When I ask people that question, why do you believe it? They usually appeal back to Scripture, the historical evidence, and this gets back us into a loop of, but it isn't maybe meant to be historical, and you wouldn't believe it in any other historical book.
Look, I'm fine with you saying maybe it was never meant to be that way. But I think you're taking on a burden of proof there that you actually can't defend.
Yeah,
because that's when we get to the genres question, and you're saying things like, well, disappearances
I can defend it very
are not
easily.
necessarily. Yeah.
You want to hear it? It takes
no,
10
maybe
seconds.
next time. I really have to go because I gotta run to the bathroom. I gotta refill my.
It's
my
more
water, so I
probable
got
people
10
make
minutes
up
to do that.
stories than a man rising from the dead. That's your justification.
That's fine. Yeah, that's a probabilistic argument you might make, or a possibility argument you might want to make.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm okay with deal with that, or to
And that's what history is.
give and take on those kinds of.
It's based on probabilities.
That's fine. Yep.
Thanks for coming on.
Well, hey, thank you so much, Doug. Appreciate it. I always appreciate the conversation.
I liked you better
and
than
again,
the other
for
guys.
those who are watching, I don't care if you're a Christian or an atheist right now watching this on Doug's channel. Follow us, at least as I follow Christ. But in regards to the way we have conversations, be gracious and generous and understanding of each other, guys.
Yep.
Thanks, Doug.
Yep. See ya. Thanks for coming on.
Yeah.
And his channel name is Apologia Center, right? Apologia
Yes, sir.
Center. Yeah. Apologia Center. Yeah, the question of there's two questions here. What actually happened in history, and what was the actual intention of the authors? Those are two different questions, and we were kind of mixing and matching both of them. But yeah, I'm glad that happened, because that's way more encouraging. But Arthur, like, he's older, been doing this longer. But I just think the library question, like when I asked Arthur to go through the list of how we identify fiction, he was describing the Gospels. Poetic elements, use of symbolism, parables, literary devices like parables, fantastical claims. This is describing the Gospels. The Gospels should be put in the fiction section, not the history section. Yeah, so Lex, I could have said many things. I did say that the creed basically tells you very little. Does not mention Pilate, does not mention Joseph and Mary in 1 Corinthians 15, does not mention a tomb, does not mention the life, anything about the life and ministry. It's a short creed, and Arthur made a good point. It's just a short creed. It's meant to be short, easily to remember. But what I think happened is there was this guy, had a following named Jesus. He died, and people thought, he shouldn't die. He's our Messiah, or he's our leader, or whatever. We want him back. We miss him. We love him. It doesn't even matter about the details. But when you have people who love a leader, they will have these types of dreams and visions and deep experiences. And it can happen to just one or two people, and they can talk about it. And then people will start to see things in other people. Like, you can look at a person and say, I see Jesus in that person. And they could say, Jesus appeared to me through that person. But Arthur's saying, because the word raised is used, you can't say that. And I'm not convinced by that. So anyhow, this creed was developed, the belief developed, evolved. And I think the early Jews and some Gentiles started to formulate, mostly Jews, formulate a new theology called Christianity. Heidi, I've already talked to you, and you're not willing to budge on anything, so you're not willing to even shut up. You just want to preach. Actually, you know what? I'm going to let her in to show the difference between her and Arthur. Heidi, you're on.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah. What did you want to say?
Okay, I wanted to further share with you that the Antichrist is going to be coming to form a one world religion. So, how are you supposed to be?
Yeah, you see the difference between Arthur and Heidi? Heidi has no idea of what's important to talk about in this context. Just want to talk about one world government, end times. Kyle, can you hear me? Am I going to try to set a record today for 5 hours?
Hello.
Hi, Kyle.
How you doing?
Good. I'm getting a little tired, but doing all right.
Got it. What do you want to talk about?
Are you Christian? Muslim?
Yeah,
Jew,
Christian.
Greek?
I joined on a limb here.
Oh, are you familiar with my channel?
Yeah, I watched your debate with Trent Horn.
Oh, you're Catholic then?
No, I'm not. No.
Oh.
I go to Eastern Orthodox churches.
Oh, you're one of those.
One of those, yeah.
Eastern Orthodox. So you're in the religion of Jay Dyer.
Jay Dyer, Andrew Wilson.
Andrew Wilson, yeah. So you're all about foundations and tag arguments and that sort of thing.
I've looked into it a little bit, but I'm not too familiar.
Okay. Why are you an Orthodox Christian and as opposed to being like me, an atheist?
Like specifically Christian or Orthodox or?
Because you are an Orthodox Christian, right?
I'm converting. I'm 17.
You're converting into or
so I
out
was
of?
raised into. So I was raised like evangelical Christian. I believed in like the rapture, that sort of thing. But over time, I've studied the scriptures a little bit more. Looked at Jay Dyer. Looked at Kyle. I think you had a conversation with him.
Yeah.
And so I've decided to.
He
turn
destroyed
to
me.
According
to him.
I gotta say, I disagree with some of his young Earth creationism.
Are you feeling a little bit stupid about Christianity and you're trying to find a more rational one?
I wouldn't say that necessarily.
Okay. Do you believe that Jesus Christ died and rose again for your sins?
Yeah, I do.
Do you believe that Jesus was God?
I do.
Why?
Fully God, fully man. I find very convincing the evidentialist approach, where like the first punch is they prove the existence of God, just a basic deist or theistic God, and then the second punch they come in with the evidence for Christ.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking about. So what is in your opinion, the strongest one that, if you had to like only give me one, what would be that one?
I don't really know. I like the cosmological arguments.
That's not an argument for
Thomas
Christianity.
Aquinas. What was that?
That's not an argument for Christianity. I'm going to give you God exists.
It's not. No.
What was that? I'm going to give you that God exists, but I'm asking you, why is Christianity true? Why did a man rise from the dead? Why do you believe a man rose from the dead? Named Jesus, that was God. Why do you believe that?
We have attestations to this event in the scriptures, and then we have the conversion of skeptics, like Paul. We have, I'm trying to think. Maybe that's all we got.
Now you know where this is going, right? Can you predict what I'm going to ask you?
Yep.
What am I going to ask you?
Are you going to do the man flying experiment with the book?
I can, if you want me to.
I'm good. I've seen that. I've been through it.
But I can just keep it general too. Do you think false religions exist in the world? Yes, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you think that some people have been skeptical of these false religions and then converted into it?
Quite possibly, yeah.
Yeah. So then your second reason that Paul was a skeptic, I'm not so sure, conversion of skeptics like Paul, that's not really a good reason, because we have skeptics who convert into religions that are you yourself deem false. So that means Christianity could be false, even if Paul was a skeptic and converted into it. Agreed?
All true, yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
I agree.
Can we cross that off the list?
Yep.
Attestation. What do you mean by attestation?
The Gospels, their accounts that they give.
Okay. And you think just their existence makes it more likely that Christianity is true? Or what do you mean?
No, not necessarily. I'd say the existence, the spread of these documents, the spread of the beliefs. Like, there was a very well formulated belief system that Jesus was God at the time.
Okay. Let's take that one.
Of course.
Can a false
it
religion
can't be granted?
Can a false
Yeah.
religion spread quickly and rapidly and become the second biggest religion in the world and yet still be false?
Yeah, it can.
Can the first, the biggest religion in the world, spread rapidly and quickly and become the biggest religion in the world and still be false?
Yep.
Okay, we can cross that off the list. But I think what you meant to say about attestation is that we have these independent accounts of Jesus that are basically say all the same thing.
Well, I wouldn't even go as far as to say they're independent, because, for example, John takes from Luke. They take from Mark. Most of the other gospel authors take from Mark.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't say they're independent sources, but they converge on major details and then they diverge on smaller details. So there are some different sources involved, yeah.
Okay. Now, if 4 diaries of my flying man converge on major details and diverge on small details, does that mean it's more likely my ancestor actually flew?
No, it just means that you had more sources. Like you talked to more people about it. You're not just getting one person's
Right. More sources
eyewitness account.
meaning 4.
4, yeah.
Yeah. And if I had 4 diaries, 4 of my ancestor flying, and they agree and converge on the major issues, are you saying you're more likely to believe my ancestor actually flew across the Grand Canyon unaided?
More likely?
Yeah.
Yes, but I wouldn't believe it.
Okay. But so you do believe Jesus rose from the dead for the same reason? Not anymore, right?
I mean, I do. Yeah.
What's next? We need a better reason.
I don't know. You're getting me, man.
I'm getting you. My advice is don't worry about it. Just be a nice person. Go live your life. I'm not here to try to deconvert you from Orthodox Christianity. Say hi to Jay Dyer for me. Tell him I use my presuppositions to account for things like intelligibility, logic, and so he can suck it.
Really? Are you going to talk to him ever?
He can come on right now. I'll go get a drink of water and eat a Snickers. And if he wants to come on right now, do you think he would?
I really think he would, yeah.
Is he around right now? Are you on Discord with him?
I'm not, no. But I know people who are. I mean, if you talk to Kyle about it, because he'd be your best bet.
Actually, I know. You're right, though. I should talk to him. But if you have access, if you go on Discord right now and say, if he's there, say, hey, pop on in.
He's in Rome right now.
Oh.
On his Instagram, yeah.
So pompous in Rome. Anyhow, Kyle, thanks for coming on.
Hey, thank you. I'll be back one day, all right?
As an atheist?
We'll see. I'll stay skeptical.
Skeptical. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
See ya.
You have a nice night.
Bye. No, I don't have any Snickers. I wish I did. Oh, I love that. Welcome, Jordon Peterson. It's been a while.
Hello.
Hi there.
How are you doing today?
It's always good to talk to a fellow Canadian. I am American now, though.
That's right. Your conversation with Arthur was, well-mannered and all, but I'm afraid that you might piss off Ambien, the drug, for taking their clients away.
Oh, you think I'm a better drug than Ambien?
No, you're doing fine. Arthur, he seems like a nice guy, but it was awful. I want more excitement.
He's a Christian. I thought you liked Christians.
No, I don't like people just because they're Christian.
Oh.
That would be a large assumption on my part. I don't think you do the same thing with atheists, do you?
No, I don't. You're right. As of course you
Correct.
are far more intelligent than I am.
I don't think so. I think I just take longer to answer certain questions, and it makes it seem, on the surface that I'm smarter. For instance, ask me a question, anything.
Do you believe Jesus Christ rose bodily from the dead?
Well, it depends what you mean by raise. It depends on what you mean by dead. It's like if dead means the discontinuation of that which is material, then that's possible that Jesus Christ died in one way and not in another, but you'd have to grant that other way of living. So you'd have to do an internal critique,
Okay, but what about
What's
God?
so funny?
What about God? Do you believe God exists?
If God means the mode in which we fully realize the potentiality of our beingness, then maybe. But here's the thing. I live as if that is true. And I would argue from your perspective, there's no superior position. What if it's false, but it's pragmatically advantageous?
Yeah, good point. Again, your wisdom supersedes mine. How old are you? Are you older than me?
Yes. I just look good because I what's equivalent to just eating raw meat in the morning. I basically eat the raw meat. Any juices left over, I put in a smoothie. And by juices, I mean blood.
Yeah, I know what you mean. How can you eat beef like day in and day out? Don't you get bored of it?
Yes, that's why I drink it.
You drink the blood of cows. You make a terrible Hindu.
Yes, I don't believe in Hindus. I think, would you say that out of all the religions, some can be more coherent than others?
Yes, of course.
Right. So it's like you're aware of the apophatic approach, aren't you? No, I'm not going to cry. I know it seems like I'm going to cry, but I'm trying to really work on it,
Hang on. I don't want you to cry on air. So let's talk about something else. Where are you right now? Where are you right now?
Where am I? I'm in my office. I'm getting back to therapy. Would you like to be a client?
Oh, that's weird because I thought you were in London right now.
Yes, I have multiple offices. One's in London. I don't want to get doxxed.
How was your conversation with Peter Boghossian a few days ago?
Well, these things always go the same way, It's like it starts, one way, and then you get into some other, distinction or whatnot, and I'm always left asking the same question. What is meant by is?
Yeah, you and Bill Clinton have a lot in common.
Well, yes, we've attended some of the same parties, some of them which I can't mention on the stream.
Okay, well, I'm just flabbergasted that you would honor me with your presence here today. I can't thank you enough.
It's not a problem.
I know I can't afford your fee. Sorry.
Well, I'm going to bill it anyway. I have your email. Hopefully it's up to date.
What's the invoice is going to say? How much is this going to cost me?
Well, I don't want to get into that. I don't want to scare away any potential customers in the chat.
Because I know you used to make like $70,000 a month on Patreon. Is that true?
Let me guess. Oh, capitalism is wrong.
Oh, no, I'm a capitalist.
Do you get some feedback from people about that stuff?
Oh, yeah. A lot of them don't like me.
Yeah, you're sort of caught in the middle, you know, like the whole, I can't say it on YouTube, the whole Troons movement. You seem to be taking a pretty objective approach to being critical about that.
Yeah, well, is that why you came on? Because you actually watched my content and you like me?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes, I mean, you know, you've got, you know, naturalism has its problems, and I think you know that. But in the end, I think you take a fair approach to the cross-examination. And let's say Christianity is true. Let's say a specific kind of Christianity is true. You are doing a service by completely destroying all the other potential iterations of Christianity. Are you dangerous? Maybe. But not if truth is grounded in God. You could only be doing a service if that's true. Do you agree?
I agree. I mean, I feel like I'm going to cry now because you're actually...
That's exactly it, isn't it?
You're actually encouraging me to continue.
Yes, it's like you and what you do is like the space at which the Oh, fuck it.
Well, thanks for coming on, Jordan. I mean, you've really brightened my day, and my sister loves you. Maybe we can get an autograph for her, and I'll send her this clip. You want to say hi to her for me? Actually, you know what? Let's do this.
Yes.
Her name is Bev. Can you say something nice to my sister Bev?
I could. That's another invoice, but I'll do it. Listen, Bev. I know your brother's not the easiest person to get along with. But he has some nice qualities indeed, and he's got a mind that just won't quit. So I wanted to say hello to you, you know, and I'm glad you're a fan. But here's the thing: you've got to learn to be a fan of people you don't like, and that's in my next book.
Oh, you're so wise.
12 rules for dealing with your apparent enemies.
You know what? Yeah, it's just the wisdom is gushing out of you like some geyser at Yellowstone. It's amazing.
Actually, that's amazing. I've been there recently. I had a question that's sort of a segue here. When I went there, you know the first thing I thought?
Death?
No, that's funny. That is always in the background, isn't it?
Yeah.
No, it was, is it possible that such a structure could be an engineered thing and they're just completely taking advantage of people? Like there are like 17-year-old kids underneath the ground just pulling levers every 90 minutes. Is it possible? I'm not saying, look, I'm not a truther. I'm not some conspiracy theorist. I'm saying, is it logically possible?
Of course,
that Yellowstone is an apparatus.
It is very possible because it's very physical. It's just pressure and water.
That's right. It's like of all the things you can replicate, that would be one of them, wouldn't it?
Yeah. There's a old guy named, what's his name? He used to be on the Dean Martin show, and he always pretended he was drunk. He had white hair, and you remind me of him.
I can't tell if that's a compliment or you think I sound drunk.
Well, have you been drinking today?
No, it's benzos all the way, bucko.
Okay, Jordan. Maybe we'll do this again sometime.
Exactly.
See you.
So.
Foster Brooks, that's his name. Look up Foster Brooks if you want a good laugh. Mr. Deity will love Foster Brooks. Foster Brooks drunk. And It's actually Jordon Peterson drunk. Anyhow, I gotta go. I've had only one glass of water for 4 or 5 hours. I mean, I'm close to death here. Hikaru! It's always scary when you're showing a web page that you're not meaning to show. But fortunately, I'm a good boy. Just poker and chess, right? Yeah, that was awesome. Thank you, whoever that was. I mean, thank you, Jordon Peterson, for coming on. I'm glad I opened up Whereby. I had a great talk with Arthur and a terrible talk with Heidi again, and then a great talk with, and here she is again, wanting to come on. Heidi, you gotta let me go. But no record was set. I think my record's 5 hours. If there's any donations I've missed, which I doubt there are, thank you. Myron thanks you. I thank you. My family thanks you. Oh, Jim Bob. You could be right, Pops. Jim Bob, if that was you, well done. Okay, guys, adios. Poof.